Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Shi Feng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Shi Feng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat, small sailboat, mysterious iron rank. Maximum capacity, 150 people. Durability 1000/1000. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1-. Triple shield, absorbs up to 1,300,000 damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2-. Double destruction cannon, 2,000 yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 3-. Hurricane Frost Field, reduce the movement speed of all lifeforms and objects outside of the hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4-. Mana conversion, converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive skill -. Braving the winds and waves, when sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Shi Feng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the swift dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so. In God's domain, a mysterious iron small sailboat combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Shi Feng could discern their information. 4 Towers of Elements. When Shi Feng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 Towers of Elements. Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 Towers of Elements name seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's domain, it was also known as the Elemental Towers. The 4 Towers of Elements was a defensive structure that combined 4 towers that harnessed the power of the 4 major elements, earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the 4 Towers of Elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in Super Guild's main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only super guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Shi Feng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the fallen Arkansas. Either that, or the Midnight Tea Party had sold the designs to super guilds after obtaining them. Otherwise, the 4 towers of elements would not have been so rare in the past. Feng finally understood why the main god system had activated the mind space system. It turned out that it was because he was about to obtain the 4 towers of elements. As a high-end building, ordinary players could not construct the 4 towers of elements. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Feng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the 4 towers of elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the candlelight trading firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Feng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way, he could prepare. What? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals. Feng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city. In God's domain, 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0. 1 to 0. 3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 3 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Feng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in. Even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now, collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Feng's sour expression, she asked curiously, "Guild leader, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers of elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Feng and asked anxiously, "Guild leader, what was on the stone altar?" "A small sailboat," Feng said. He then shared the hurricane sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the hurricane sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could, more or less, tell how powerful the hurricane sailboat was by its skills. The hurricane sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the hurricane sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. "Guild leader, with this sailboat, we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie," Gentle Snow suggested after reading the hurricane sailboat's details. "That's right. Guild leader, the various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities." Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The 2 of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. Chapter 1137, Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1137, Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged. Immediately, the Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Shi Feng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, Level 60, will still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster, Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4, Level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters, which had higher attributes, on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breeze Wine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the Fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly underleveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breeze Wine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breeze Wine announced his decision, the team fell silent. It would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the Fallen Arkansas. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the Fallen Arkansas. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Arkansas. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monsters' low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die. If not for their quest's time limit and severe penalty for failure, the Midnight Tea Party members would have fled. Leader, look. They seem to have discovered something, the Ranger, Dark War, reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze, and indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. If these monsters discovered them, their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there, Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scars said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They're gone. Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members, who had expressed their discontent with Shi Feng, began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Shi Feng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the Fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark. Breeze Wine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. It seems that I'll have to learn more about this guild leader of Zero Wing. Endless Scars revealed a faint smile as she looked to where the monsters had flown. Even super guilds knew little about the secret of the fallen Arkansas. She had searched everywhere for information, even utilizing the Blackwater Corporation's power, to grasp the little she had learned about the Arkansas. And yet, the guild leader of a newly developed guild knew far more about the fallen Ark than she did. One could see just how extraordinary Shifeng was. Zero Wing was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. As the abyssal monsters moved away from the fallen Ark, Shifeng led the Zero Wing team to the Ark's inner region. He had finally made it into the fallen Ark after so much trouble. He could not simply leave after looting a single armory. Furthermore, the fallen Ark's truly valuable items lay in the inner region. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered many traps. Even after the traps were disabled, new traps appeared in their place after a certain amount of time. In addition, due to the recent system update, the traps had become far more difficult and risky to disable. Any mistake could trigger the traps. It might be fine if it were weak, as triggering the trap wouldn't result in an instant death. However, if they triggered a stronger trap, it could result in a team wipe. As a result, Shifeng's group progressed very slowly through the Arkansas. Fortunately, Shifeng had the fallen Ark map. The map depicted which areas within the Ark were riddled with traps and which were not. Not only could they choose the safest path, but they would also know if they were about to walk into one. They didn't need to be on high alert constantly. Finally, after over an hour advancing through the Ark, the team reached the inner region. Following which, Shifeng had everyone stand by and wait for orders as traps riddled this area. Their only option was to let Fire Dance explore. As Fire Dance still held the Icarus's heart Shifeng had given her, she could explore the inner region somewhat safely. Anyone else that tried to do so would only be looking to die. Fortunately, we dealt with the traps in the armory before the system update began. Otherwise, the stone altar's trap would have killed us already, Flying Shadow said, his heart fluttering with fear. Previously, when he had disabled an advanced trap, he had very nearly lost his life when he triggered the trap by mistake. Fortunately, Violet Cloud had reacted quickly and immediately cast Truth Shield on him. In the end, the trap had only wounded him, leaving him with only 2000 HP. That's right. Guild Leader is really amazing. If not for sensing that the system update would affect traps, we wouldn't have obtained the Hurricane sailboat. Cola said, laughing. Shifeng hadn't expected to acquire the Hurricane sailboat either. However, he agreed with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's suggestion. Hence, he made some slight adjustments to his plans. Before obtaining the Hurricane sailboat, Shifeng had planned to develop in ocean-viewing towns slowly. He had even intended to let Immortal Light develop in the Apocalypse Empire's coastal towns. After all, Zero Wing was different from the other guilds in coastal cities, where the latter had already begun to build their strength. Trying to compete with these coastal guilds would be foolish. Even if Zero Wing were far stronger than these guilds, naval combat relied on the ship's quality, rather than players. Zero Wing would not have much of an advantage by relying on the swift dragon speedboat. Coastal cities were very different from coastal towns. Coastal cities possessed large shipyards. They also had plenty of high-ranking rare quests that could help players to obtain powerful ships. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain, the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild, would not have bothered cooperating with a first-rate guild like Firmament. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Shifeng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city. Guild leader, I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall. Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. Chapter 1138, Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. An inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall. Shifeng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this. In the past, he had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest. Without exaggeration, a single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items, in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple: fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength, with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Shifeng never imagined that, shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Ark, he would actually come across such a harvest. The Fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Back then, some people had already entered the Fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the Fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest, which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. "What's the situation over there?" Shifeng asked softly after calming himself. "There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are 2 statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap." Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat. Previously, Shifeng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the 2 statues set up in the forging hall. After scrutinizing the picture, Shifeng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those 2 statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Shifeng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many Apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%, an archaic species. Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet, Now, there were actually 2 such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Shifeng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area, aside from special lifeforms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of 2 archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Shifeng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special lifeforms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If 2 of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the 2 guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the sides. Guild leader, with our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested. While she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest as well, the difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. Alright. Fire, send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Shifeng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the Fallen Ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few, despite players swarming the Fallen Arkansas. After wending their way for over an hour, Shifeng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Flying, find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind, Shifeng instructed after glancing through the hall. Since he had already arrived in the Fallen Ark's inner area, he naturally could not let this trip go to waste. Although the forging tools and books were severely damaged, with so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Shifeng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the 2 massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the candlelight trading firm, they would all be top-class tools. While everyone was quietly waiting for Fire Dance to return, Gentle Snow used the time to flip through some of the books they found in the forging hall. Suddenly, Gentle Snow exclaimed with excitement, "Guild leader, this book seems to have a relevant introduction to the fossilized Tyrannosaurus." An introduction? Let me see. Shifeng demanded hurriedly. The book Gentle Snow was reading was titled Archaic Species Material Analysis. The book specifically introduced the various archaic species in existence as well as the materials that could be gained from their bodies. It also had a section on how those materials could be used to produce specific kinds of weapons, equipment, and other items. Among the archaic species recorded, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had over a dozen pages dedicated to it. Meanwhile, the information mentioned at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had two weak points. The first one was the monster's hydrophobia. Submersion in water would inhibit the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's reactions, and its defense would decrease significantly. The second weak point was its power core. There was a power core in the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body. The destruction of this power core would significantly weaken the monster's strength attribute. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. At the outer area of the Fallen Ark, the members of the Midnight Tea Party moved with extreme caution. This was because shortly after their entry, they very nearly got team-wiped due to triggering a trap. Nobody could have imagined that the latest system update would include penalties for failing to disable a trap. With Netherworld Wave's Advanced Trap Disabler class, it was simply impossible for him to succeed in disabling advanced traps all the time. As a result, the team had no choice but to exercise extreme caution while advancing. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have had us enter the Ark before the system update began. Breezewine now felt that he had made the wrong decision before. There were still many fallen patrols roaming about the outer area of the Arkansas. With their slow progress, it was very easy for them to come across those patrols. If they really got caught by a patrol, they would have no choice but to withdraw immediately. Right now, whether they could even reach the Ark's inner area was still in doubt. Had they utilized the 20 minutes logout preparation time, they might have already reached the inner area by now. Leader, you didn't make the wrong decision. If we entered the Ark before the update began, we would have risked encountering those dangerous abyssal monsters. Our situation at that time wouldn't be much better than right now. Moreover, now that we've grasped the method to lure those abyssal monsters away, should we really fail to complete our quest this time, we can simply come back once everyone has reached level 50 and obtained their Tier 2 classes. At that time, even if we come across the fallen patrols, we can still quickly finish them off or fight them as we advance deeper into the Ark, Endless Scars said after noticing Breezewine beating himself up. Let's use this chance to scout out a path in advance. Likewise, everyone else on the team expressed their agreement when they heard Endless Scars' words. Although their quest had a time limit, they still had enough time to make appropriate preparations. Just as everyone was merrily chatting with each other, Endless Scars suddenly received a message. Seeing this message, Endless Scars smiled faintly. Big Sis Endless, did something good happen? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask curiously when she saw Endless Scars suddenly sporting a playful smile. You could say that. Any of you interested in watching a competition at the Dark Arena? I've just received an invitation card, and I can bring 5 people with me, Endless Scars said, chuckling. The Dark Arena. Everyone lost interest when they heard this. Although those participating in the Dark Arena were much stronger than ordinary experts, to experts of their standards, the fights at the Dark Arena possessed no reference value whatsoever. Are you all really not interested in going? I heard that the Dark Arena is even prepared to hold a grand auction this time, which apparently will include even epic items, Endless Scars said, somewhat disappointed when she noticed the disinterest on everyone's faces. Moreover, the battle teams that will be fighting are very interesting. Among them, Zero Wing will be facing off with the Miracle Guild. I heard that Miracle has dispatched quite a few powerful experts this time. Epic items? Zero Wing against Miracle. Big Sis Endless, I want to go. Hold it. I've never been to the Dark Arena even once before. Let me go this time. When everyone heard Endless Scars' words, they immediately grew interested. Setting aside how tempting epic items were, just the fact that Zero Wing was going up against the Miracle Guild already gave them plenty of reason to go spectate at the Dark Arena. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Shi Feng was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them. No matter how he looked at it, the two archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the two worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Shi Feng did not know how effective these two methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try. Following which, Shi Feng had everyone begin making preparations to raid the two monsters. Guild leader, are we really going to raid these two archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the two giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against two archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest, Shi Feng laughed. 30%? So high. Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Shi Feng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest. But Shi Feng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain one epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely, they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts. Around that percentage. However, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Shi Feng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, it was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future. Following which, everyone began taking action according to Shi Feng's commands. To take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point, Shi Feng armed everyone, with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Shi Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Shi Feng had his team shut the doors to the forging room, begin. At Shi Feng's command, everyone sprang into action, unfurling their magic scrolls one after another and launching a barrage of water-type spells at the two statues. In the blink of an eye, a lake formed within the forging hall, the height of the water easily surpassing that of a player. At the same time, everyone also activated a water-walking scroll. The water-walking scroll was a commonly used magic scroll in God's domain. As its name suggested, it allowed players to walk on water for 10 minutes. Each scroll sold for 20 silver coins, and it could be said to be one of the tools specialized for maritime combat. As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, inferior dragon, archaic species, mythic. Level 65. HP 320,000,000/320,000,000. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shifeng shouted, "Fire, use this chance to disable the trap." Shifeng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated silent steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. Chapter 1140, Buying Time. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1140, Buying Time. When Fire Dance was only 30 yards away from the treasure chest, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses, which had initially been lured away by the spells attacking them, suddenly shifted their attention to her. As if they had had their tails stepped on, they glared at Fire Dance with single-minded ferocity as though she were the only person left in the world. Not good. Our aggro is too weak. Shifeng frowned. Cola, Turtledove, use everything you've got to pull aggro. Have the bosses stay as far away from the treasure chest as possible. As guardian bosses, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's priority was the protection of the inferior legendary treasure chest. To them, aggro was secondary. Only when another player's aggro over the fossilized Tyrannosauruses reached a sufficiently high degree would the bosses stop paying attention to the player attempting to steal the item they protected. This was why Shifeng previously had everyone use their water-type magic scrolls on the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Not only could they deal a significant amount of damage to the bosses, but they could also increase their aggro over the bosses. However, the effects of the water-type spells were not as good as Shifeng expected. Understood. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, Cola and Turtledove immediately activated Power of Darkness, causing their basic attributes to soar instantly. Both of them then charged straight at the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses and used Justice Roar, trying their best to shift the attention of the bosses to themselves. However, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses still kept the treasure chest as their priority, completely disregarding the two Guardian Knights' Justice Roars and continuing to chase Fire Dance. Both Cola's and Turtledove's Justice Roars were at Tier 1. If the target they used the skill on ignored them, their strength attributes would double for a short time. Their speeds would increase significantly as well. Sure enough, Cola's and Turtledove's strengths immediately doubled. Both of them then followed up with a shield of vengeance at their respective fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom! Boom! The moment their shields collided with the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, sparks flew. Despite the fossilized Tyrannosauruses having had their defenses weakened, Cola's and Turtledove's attacks only left a small scratch on their scales. As for the damage the two Guardian Knights dealt, it was less than -8,000. So this is an archaic species. Gentle Snow revealed a dumbfounded expression when she saw the damage the two MTs dealt. This was her first time encountering an archaic species. Although she already knew their team had no chance whatsoever of winning against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, when she saw this scene, she still could not help but be shocked. She had a general idea what Cola's and Turtledove's equipment standards were. If she was not wearing the 7 Luminaries battle armor Shifeng had given to her, her attributes would no doubt be inferior to theirs. Currently, not only had the two Guardian Knights activated their Berserk skills, but they even had the strength boost from Justice Roar. In terms of strength, even a Tier 2, level 60 Berserker would be no match for them. Yet, Now, the both of them had dealt less than -8,000 damage to their targets. The defense of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses was simply insane. At this moment, she wondered if Cola and Turtledove could even deal any damage to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses if not for the submerged environment weakening the boss's defenses. Roar! Although Cola's and Turtledove's full-powered attacks had barely dealt any damage, they still managed to get the fossilized Tyrannosauruses to shift their attention to them, which eased up the pressure on Fire Dance. Good. Now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away. Shifeng commanded without hesitation. Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Pang! Pang! No sooner had the two Guardian Knights activated Protection Blessing than the tail swipes of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses sent them both flying away. The speed of the attacks was so fast that not a single person present had managed to react. What happened? Minor Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen the tails of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses moving slightly just now. There had been no sign of the tails making their way towards Cola and Turtledove at all. Yet, before he knew it, both Guardian Knights were already in the air, their HPs decreasing by over 36,000, instantly falling below 50%. If not for Cola and Turtledove having activated Power of Darkness and Protection Blessing, which increased their HP to over 50,000 and halved the damage they received, the two of them would be meeting God by now. Aside from Shifeng, everyone present was stunned by the horrendous amounts of damage dealt by the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. With such speed and strength, even a Tier 2, level 60 MT would not be able to last long against the inferior dragons. All healers, focus on Cola and Turtledove. We need to buy as much time for fire as we can. Shifeng shouted hurriedly, not feeling any surprise whatsoever at this situation. In the past, when super guilds dealt with Tier 4 archaic species, the teams they sent had been filled with players equal to or higher than the monster's level. Meanwhile, half of the lead MT's equipment had to be epic rank at the very minimum. Moreover, they needed to have 3 MTs simultaneously receiving the monster's attacks. Aside from that, they would also use intermediate magic arrays to suppress the archaic species. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of victory at all. Right now, the only thing they could do was to buy as much time as possible by relying on their berserk skills. As for defeating the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shifeng had never even entertained the possibility. Under Shifeng's command, Cola and Turtledove carefully lured the fossilized Tyrannosauruses away from the treasure chest, giving Fire Dance the opportunity to remove the trap set up around the treasure chest. However, after Fire Dance looked at the trap, a frown appeared on her face. Guild leader, this trap is indeed master rank. However, its complexity is much greater than the master trap I disabled before. I need time if I want to disable it safely. Fire Dance sent a private message to Shifeng. Everyone had clearly witnessed for themselves how terrifying the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. There was simply no chance they could win against these monsters. They could only drag the battle out as long as possible. Hence, Fire Dance was extremely anxious. How long? Shifeng asked. At least, 5 minutes, Fire Dance replied helplessly. Right now, she hated herself for not training her trap disabler class as much as she could. Although she had forcibly increased her rank to master right now, her technical skills were not actually at the master rank yet. 5 minutes was more than enough for everyone to die dozens of times. 5 minutes? After giving it some thought, Shifeng clenched his teeth and said, I got it. I'll try to buy as much time over here as possible. You just relax and disable the trap. This reply stunned Fire Dance. However, she knew that Shifeng never joked around. Since he had said so, he definitely had a way to realize his words. Immediately, she nodded and began disabling the trap before her. Meanwhile, Feng had also activated omniscient eyes and began searching for the power cores of the two fossilized tyrannosauruses. Their power cores are actually in constant motion. The fossilized tyrannosauruses could hide no secrets from the omniscient eyes. Feng could clearly see a glowing red dot moving about inside the body of each monster. Although the dots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching. However, while Feng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with omniscient eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Cola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized tyrannosauruses before, even if Feng relied on the abyssal blade and killing ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragons' bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Cola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The two guardian knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When protection blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. It seems I have no choice but to use that, Feng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level, it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Feng took out a summon guard scroll and summoned his epic guard, Anna. Players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna, use Angel Summoning. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs Tyrannosauruses. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs Tyrannosauruses. Under Feng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her. Roar! The two fossilized tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive, golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the two fossilized tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the 2-tier for archaic species. Seeing this, Feng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly, he shouted, Cola, Turtledove, use the basic mana pulse bombs. Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs from the armory in addition to the intermediate mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of mana pulse bombs. Once they used them, they would be gone. Yet, they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Feng's instructions, Cola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the two fossilized tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the two bosses. The mana pulse bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized tyrannosauruses. However, the instant the bombs touched the fossilized tyrannosaurus's scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The mana pulse bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Cola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Kola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic Mana Pulse bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The Mana Pulse bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken Field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The Mana Pulse bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around -200,000 damage. Even if they tossed 1,000 basic Mana Pulse bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, they couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic Mana Pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1,000,000 damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3. However, the bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attention to Kola and Turtledove. Excellent! Shurfong smiled faintly the brief moment Kola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation. Emerge, Valkyrie! Anna shouted. Immediately, a golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden, divine armor slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Hence, a level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Shurfong was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species. In a head-on collision, the Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack! Shurfong commanded. The Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second. Hearing Shurfeng's command, Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action. Suddenly, the Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack its lower left rib. Shurfong commanded. After watching the bosses with omniscient eyes, Shurfong had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie could. A silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap. It's using its breath. Everyone, move, don't stand in front of the boss. Shifeng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall. Before anyone could react, a dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen ark. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe _ Fluffygoblin Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a Tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tear. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses, even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed? How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive, golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it. Suddenly, Shifeng shouted, "Attack its right arm." Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Shifeng gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint, gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a fly. Boom! Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the red dot on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Kola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two guardian knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of power of darkness. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Kola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attack slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Kola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily. When the two bosses used skills, however, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Kola and Turtledove received, Zero Wings healers were struggling, their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Kola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Kola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around minus 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than minus 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying. Yet, even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than minus 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Kola and Gentle Snow's words, Shi Feng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Shi Feng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Shi Feng had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Shi Feng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Shi Feng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, Kola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have. Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Shifeng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contained tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Shifeng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Shifeng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Shifeng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom! 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 Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall. Just as Shifeng had expected, not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0. We won. Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. They're not playing dead, right? Before anyone could answer, the system replied. Suddenly, one golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. They're dead. What? They're really dead. Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. We're too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising. They had just defeated 2 level 65, mythic ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Shifeng, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more. Level 48, 30%. 40%. 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%. Following which, its growth slowed, increasing by 1% after another. 95%. 96%. 97%. Just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%, another golden glow encased Shifeng's body. Level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Shifeng was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only 1 level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. Although there was only 1 tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes, the difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Shifeng had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though, they were not far from level 48. Everyone was stunned for a long moment. Right now, they could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. Ha ha ha. My HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HP MT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HP MT throughout Star Moon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his HP. 40,000 HP. Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar, noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Kola's, the 7 Luminaries' battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Shifeng was willing to waste the 1,000+ basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered. Mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining. Once the dust settled, the massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shifeng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shifeng in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop. As players continued to level, their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, Producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shi Feng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shi Feng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material, Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose, producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Shi Feng held the 2 Crimson Dragon Origin Crystals and carefully inspected them. Although both were legendary material, there was a difference between them. Of course, the system wouldn't give away this difference. Instead, players had to discover it after conducting numerous experiments. This was one of the system's hidden attributes. Although there were deviations between players' conclusions, the deviations were usually minor. Different grades of legendary material would yield different bonus success rates when said material was used in crafting an item. According to players' summaries regarding legendary materials, they were generally categorized into basic, middle, intermediate, and peak grades. Basic grade materials could increase production success rate by roughly 2% to 3%. Intermediate grade materials could increase production success rate by 4% to 5%. Advanced grade materials could increase production success rate by 7% to 8%. Peak grade materials could increase production success rate by 10% to 11%. After Shi Feng clicked to open the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals attribute panels, he began to read their introductions carefully. Wonderful. Shi Feng smiled when he finished reading. With this, there shouldn't be any problems producing the Dragon Soul Potions. Legendary materials had different methods of determining their grades. In the Dragon Origin Crystal's case, its grade could be determined by the bloodline density within it. If a crystal's bloodline density fell between 1% and 30%, it was basic grade. Most of the Dragon Origin Crystals that dropped were this grade. A crystal with a bloodline density between 31% and 50% was considered intermediate grade. Crystals of this grade had a much lower drop rate. As for crystals with a bloodline density between 51% and 70%, they were advanced grade. It was practically impossible to find advanced Dragon Origin Crystals on the market as large guilds cherished like their own children. Lastly, crystals with bloodline density above 71% were peak grade. At this grade, the Dragon Origin Crystal was worth much more than an epic item. To produce the Dragon Soul Potion, one usually needed an intermediate Dragon Origin Crystal or better. Regardless of how many basic Dragon Origin Crystals were used, it was impossible to produce the Dragon Soul Potion with them. Of the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals before Shi Feng, one was intermediate grade, while the other was an advanced crystal. Guild leader, did something good drop? Aqua Rose asked when she noticed the smile on Shi Feng's face. She was very familiar with Shi Feng's personality and habits. If the dropped items were not extraordinary, he would not have revealed such a joyous smile. In response, Shi Feng nodded and looked at everyone before calmly stating, "Something good has indeed dropped. Which of you here wants a hidden class?" A hidden class? Did we get a class change tool? Guild leader, which classes are suitable for the hidden class? Shi Feng's question instantly caught his teammates' attention. None of these players were strangers to hidden classes. Various people had already posted a lot of information about hidden classes on the official forums. As a result, they all dreamed of class changing into their own. They'd even be happy with the most common hidden class. Although the most common hidden class would not provide additional basic attributes, the class could provide additional skills that their original classes did not possess. With these skills, they'd have access to more combat methods. They would have advantages in both PvP and dungeons. As for advanced or peak rank hidden classes, they did not even dare to dream of obtaining one. After all, hidden classes of such ranks were simply too rare. Any class is fine. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class. Shifeng explained the Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the dragon legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become dragon slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the dragon legacy and become stronger. However, the dragon origin crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the two mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots, so let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate dragon origin crystal's starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced dragon origin crystal's starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. Currently, 1 guild contribution point was worth roughly 25 copper coins. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class. In the past, the various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate dragon origin crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced dragon origin crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul Potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul Potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul Potions. Hence, Dragon Origin crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shifeng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shifeng scornful looks, feeling that Shifeng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, it was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPs. Eventually, Kola won the Advanced Dragon Origin Crystal, while Alluring Summer won the Intermediate Crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet. Following which, Shifeng passed the Dragon Soul Potion's production method to Kola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shifeng knew 2 places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shifeng finished distributing the dragon origin crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did Fire Dance disable the trap? Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. Hellscythe _FluffyGoblin Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shifeng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this. Disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shifeng shouted, "Everyone, use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shifeng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what after effects triggering the forging hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the fallen patrols and luring them to the forging hall, the fallen arc's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe. Listening to Shifeng's commands, everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the forging hall. Eventually, only Shifeng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shifeng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only, he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shifeng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges. Following which, Shifeng used Wind Blade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated. Suddenly, blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging hall. A destruction-type trap. Shifeng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shifeng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shifeng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations the instant Shifeng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. However, defensive blades block counts would, at most, last 2 seconds against the blood-red spears. With absolute defense, which had a 5-second duration, he was 1 second shy of surviving for 8 seconds. Shifeng had no doubt that even one of these spears could kill him instantly. To hell with it. Shifeng decided to give it a try as he began the collection process. He refused to give up after coming this far. As the spears descended on Shifeng, as he anticipated, defensive blade only lasted slightly more than 2 seconds. Immediately after defensive blade's block counts were exhausted, Shifeng activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense. He then immediately switched to the aura of space. If he sensed that he no longer had hope of getting away with the treasure chest, he would leave instead of pointlessly throwing his life away. After all, he was 1 level away from the level 50 threshold. The seconds passed quickly. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar advanced slowly. Sure enough, it's not enough. When Shifeng saw that absolute defense's duration had 1 second remaining while the loading bar needed at least 3 more seconds to complete, he could not help but sigh deeply. Pang! When absolute defense shattered and a blood-red spear was about to collide with Shifeng's head, a figure suddenly appeared above him. Phantom kill. Defensive blade. The doppelganger summoned with the abyssal blade's phantom kill possessed all the player's skills. Hence, the doppelganger had similarly learned Shifeng's life-saving skills. Pang! 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 As Shifeng listened to the crashing above him, his anxiety grew. The loading bar was 2 seconds away from completion. Quick! Move quickly! Shifeng was extremely anxious. This was his final hope. Just as the doppelganger's defensive blade block counts were about to expire, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, the inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in your bag space. When Shifeng heard this sound, for the first time ever, he found the system's cold, mechanical voice to be extremely sweet. Shifeng immediately activated space movement. A spatial tear opened before him. Although his doppelganger's defensive blade block counts had been exhausted, he could still use the doppelganger as a meat shield. Only, the instant one of the blood-red spears struck the doppelganger's HP hit rock bottom. The spears were just as powerful as Shifeng had guessed. However, the brief moment the doppelganger had bought him allowed Shifeng to enter the spatial tear and vanish from the forging hall. When the forging hall's trap had activated, the Fallen Ark's inner region had descended into chaos. The fallen patrols in both the outer and inner regions had rushed towards the forging hall. Fortunately, Shifeng had instructed his team to use their return scrolls as soon as they got out. Otherwise, none of them would have left the Fallen Ark alive. The Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Due to a particular match in the Dark Arena today, players had swarmed into the Empire even before the match began. These players all wore dazzling weapons and equipment. Aside from spectating the upcoming match, many were here to participate in the Dark Arena's upcoming auction. Big Sis Rain, Miracle's people have asked to meet with you, Blue Phoenix softly reported as she entered the VIP room. Judging by their tone and words, it seems that they've discovered our relationship with Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew that she couldn't hide the truth forever, she hadn't expected it to get out so quickly. Sighing, she said, Miracle is really quite fast with their investigations. Since they've found us out, let's meet with them. Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Hellscythe _Fluffy Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Flame Dragon City's underground arena. A group of level 40+ players surrounded the entrance. These players all wore pitch black armor with a white cape draped over their shoulders. They looked like well-trained soldiers. When other players noticed these black-armored players, they promptly distanced themselves. Who are these people? They're blocking the underground arena and preventing others from entering. They're being too unreasonable. You've just arrived in the capital, so it's expected that you don't know. Could a super guild have laid claim over this underground arena? Far from that. Take a look at those players guarding the entrance. They're the security teams several super guilds have formed. They are all equipped with the Soul of Darkness, a level 40 fine gold set equipment. They're specifically tasked to guard this underground arena and prevent outsiders from entering. As expected of super guilds. Even a casual security team is so impressive. I've just reached level 40 after much difficulty, and I only have a few level 40 weapons and pieces of equipment, yet those guys are actually wearing level 40 fine gold sets. The nearby independent players weren't the only ones in awe. Even the members of the various large guilds invited to the Dark Arena were shocked. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 37 right now, whereas expert players were at level 39 or level 40. Even large guilds experts were fortunate to obtain a full set of level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment upon reaching level 40. As for a level 40 fine gold set equipment, that was simply a dream. Yet, among the super guild security teams, every one of them wore complete level 40 fine gold set equipment. In God's Domain, it was far more difficult to gather a complete fine gold set equipment than it was to gather a set of dark gold equipment. Individual pieces of fine gold set equipment might not be a match for dark gold equipment in terms of basic attributes, but certain set effects were more important than some additional basic attributes. Hence, many players still used the level 30 fine gold set equipment they had collected even after level 40. For example, the level 40 Soul of Darkness set equipment's effects were so good that players could continue using it even after level 50. As players admired the security team's equipment, two cloaked women approached the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Although these female players had hidden their appearance under a black cloak, players could tell by their elegant bodies that they were definitely beautiful. Meanwhile, when the security teams, which oozed with killing intent, saw these women, they immediately bowed and stood to the side, treating the women like queens. Who are those women? They've hidden their appearances and IDs with their black cloaks. Who could possibly recognize them? However, I believe that they are at least upper echelons from first-rate guilds. Otherwise, there's no way those security teams would treat them with so much respect. First-rate guild upper echelons? You sure are overestimating first-rate guilds. We're talking about the elite security teams that super guilds work together to form. Those people wouldn't even bat an eye if a first-rate guild's guild leader showed up. I'm guessing that they're the upper echelons from either super first-rate guilds or super guilds. I guess you're right. If I could enter the Dark Arena and get those security teams to treat me that respectfully, how wonderful would it be? Unless you manage to join a super guild and become one of the guild's apex experts, don't even think about getting their respect. As the crowd conversed, the two female players entered the underground arena. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite, gray mage robes and wielded a black, wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Our Vice Guild leader is already waiting in a VIP room on the 3rd floor. Allow me to lead the way. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Following which, Silent March led Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix to the underground arena's 3rd floor. Big Sis Phoenix, that summoner feels odd. The other summoners I've met all exuded a lively aura, yet her aura feels like death, Blue Phoenix whispered to her friend. While she is indeed a summoner, she also possesses the hidden class, Necromancer. She is one of the upstart geniuses Miracle has nurtured internally. Roughly over a year since her debut, she has already become the vice commander of one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions. You should be careful when you encounter her in the future. She might even be participating in the contest over Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain explained as she watched the female summoner before her. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. The various large guilds already had a few experts that had hidden classes. While most guilds kept these experts secret, Silent March's hidden class was somewhat special, which made it practically impossible to keep hidden. Hence, the game's various major powers quickly discovered that she wielded the Necromancer hidden class. Although Necromancers were somewhat similar to ordinary summoners, whereby both classes utilized summoned creatures to battle, the Necromancer class could summon far more monsters. As long as a Necromancer had enough mana, even summoning 100 undead would not be difficult. Although the undead were not as powerful as ordinary summoners' creatures, this gap could be made up with numbers. Necromancers were also stronger than ordinary summoners when it came to individual combat power. In addition, undead creatures had extremely high magic resistance. Aside from wholly magical classes, Necromancers were magical classes' natural enemy. While Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix chatted quietly, Silent March led the two into a VIP room on the 3rd floor. A valiant man in dark blue armor already sat in the room. 2 other men stood behind him, an assassin and an elementalist. Both were level 42 and exuded extremely dangerous auras. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise when she saw the assassin and elementalist. These two were Miracle's famous Apex experts. The assassin was Starstreak, while the elementalist's name was Cleansed Maple. Both were generals in Miracle. When the Phoenix Pavilion had clashed with the guild, many of the pavilion's experts had died at the hands of these 2 players. They even nearly killed Martial Dragon. Based on the reports Phoenix Rain had received, these 2 were only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. The valiant man in the chair looked at Phoenix Rain and smiled as he welcomed her. Phoenix Pavilion Master, long time no see. This valiant man had no aura whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt calm and harmless. However, Phoenix Rain would not dare to underestimate this man. This man was Thousand Miles, Miracle's 2nd vice guild leader. He was also the Purgatory Legion's commander, titled Purgatory Knight. Spit it out. What business do you have with me? Phoenix Rain felt nothing positive for Thousand Miles. After all, the 2 players had secretly clashed many times before. It was no exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. Must you be so angry? I simply want to cooperate today. Are you not interested in Thunder Island, Phoenix Pavilion Master? Thousand Miles smiled, ignoring Phoenix Rain's aggression. Hearing the man mention Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain's interest piqued. Cooperate in what way? Chapter 1147, Azura Arrives. Hellscythe _Fluffy Chapter 1147, Azura Arrives. Phoenix Rain's decisive reply slightly confused Thousand Miles. He had never expected such a straightforward answer from Phoenix Rain. Since joining God's domain, Miracle and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had butted heads numerous times in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon discovering Thunder Island, in particular, both sides suffered a ridiculous number of casualties as they faced each other in battle. Based on his estimates, each guild should have lost 200,000 or 300,000 elite players. At this point, it was practically impossible for their guilds to sit down for a proper conversation. He had prepared various arguments to get Phoenix Rain to listen to his proposal. Now, however, it seemed that his preparation had been unnecessary. Immediately, Thousand Miles revealed an agreement and handed it to Phoenix Raid, saying, Phoenix Pavilion Master, take a look at this. Receiving the agreement, Phoenix Rain glanced through its contents. The agreement was very simple. As long as the Azura battle team allowed the Evil Dragon battle team to win the match, Miracle would agree to a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion during the contest for Thunder Island. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think about these conditions? I believe that you are familiar with the situation on Thunder Island. We are seeing more guilds preparing for the upcoming contest by the day. Both you and I are even struggling to ensure that we secure a single monster encampment. Clashing with each other on Thunder Island wouldn't benefit either of us. To begin with, the Azura battle team has no chance of victory. You might as well hand the victory to the Evil Dragon battle team. You can gamble on our win and earn a fortune for yourself. We'll have the best of both worlds this way. What do you think? Currently, in preparation for the upcoming contest on Thunder Island, the various large guilds were tight on resources. In Thousand Miles' opinion, this proposal would benefit both his and Phoenix Rain's sides. While the Azura battle team had performed exceptionally in its previous match, in his opinion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must have contributed to the battle team's powerful weapons and equipment. Moreover, although Battle Wolves backed the Glorious Lions battle team, the guild had not placed much importance on the Dark Arena back then. Hence, the Azura battle team eventually defeated the Glorious Lions battle team. However, the Azura battle team's current opponent was the Evil Dragon battle team, which had Miracle's support. The Evil Dragon battle team received more benefits than the Glorious Lions battle team had. Not only were Miracle's apex experts on the team, but Miracle had also supplied a large stock of excellent weapons, equipment, and skill books. The Evil Dragon's battle team far surpassed their current opponents in both number and quality of experts and items. The Azura battle team had no hope of victory. Hence, rather than struggling pointlessly, it was much better if the Azura battle team let the Evil Dragon team win. If Phoenix Rain bet all of her resources on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, she could walk away with a massive fortune. With these resources, she could hire more helpers and increase her chances of obtaining a share of the authority over Thunder Island. The two guilds would also have a non-aggression pact. By agreeing to his proposal, Phoenix Rain could kill two birds with one stone. "This is why you called me here?" Phoenix Rain asked indifferently. "That's right. It is very rare to see such a high payout rate in the Dark Arena. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, you'll get 7 times the return. With this many resources, both our guilds will gain a foothold on Thunder Island," Thousand Miles said confidently. "What if I refuse?" Phoenix Rain said. When she had signed the agreement with Shifeng, she had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with the Azura battle team. Shifeng only needed to send her half of the team's profits. Moreover, her main goal in establishing the Azura battle team was to compete for the position of the Dark Arena's host. Although Thousand Miles had presented his offer casually, the consequences of suffering an utter defeat in the Dark Arena included more than just losing a match. Normally, battle teams only needed to win 8 out of 10 competitions to earn the right to challenge the host. However, to prevent guilds from deliberately manipulating a competition's results, any battle teams that suffered utter defeat were barred from the Dark Arena's competitions for a certain period. Moreover, the battle team's previous victories would be reset to 0. For example, after Azura had demolished the Glorious Lions battle team, even now, it was still banned from the competitions. Even after the ban lifted, the team's previous 2 wins would not be counted. However, the Dark Arena grew more intense with each passing day. Everyone wanted the spot of the Dark Arena's host. Moreover, due to the Mind Space system beginning its operation, the various corporations hungered for a share of the pie that was the Dark Arena. If one were only a participant, they could only take part in a competition once every few days or even weeks. Moreover, participants would only profit if they won. On the other hand, the host made a fortune on every competition, regardless of which team won. Although one could also spectate and bet resources on a competition, risks came with each gamble. Moreover, the host was no fool. For competitions with clear winners, the payout rates would be set extraordinarily low. Even if one won in a bet, they would win very little. It was far from what the winning battle team earned from their cuts of the bets. In the end, however, the host earned more than anyone. Recently, the Dark Arena had begun to hold more competitions, and the number would continue to increase. One could just imagine how profitable it would be to become the Dark Arena's host. Hence, no battle team wished to lose, they especially wanted to avoid an utter defeat. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you hate money that much? Thousand Smiles said, the warm smile on his face turning cold. The Azura battle team's loss is already set in stone. Is it really worth rejecting my offer to protect your reputation? If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to find the Dragon Pavilion Master and negotiate with him. I believe that he would be extremely interested in cooperating with us on Thunder Island. He would also be more than willing to tell the Great Pavilion Master about the Azura battle team. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be willing to let you act so recklessly. He had already done his investigation and discovered that Nine Dragons Emperor had no relationship whatsoever with the Azura battle team. Phoenix Rain had established the team herself. However, while Nine Dragons Emperor could not interfere with the battle team, he could report Phoenix Rain to the Great Pavilion Master, the true ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Phoenix Rain would be forced into an awkward position. Are you threatening me? Phoenix Rain asked, her tone lowering slightly. No, this is just a kind warning, Thousand Miles said, smiling. He was unfazed by Phoenix Rain's angry reaction. Thank you for your warning, then. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Phoenix Rain glanced at Thousand Miles before turning to leave. If the secret of her owning the Azura battle team were exposed, and Heavenly Dragon and Miracle agreed to cooperate, her development in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer. However, the setback wouldn't be so severe that she needed to fear the man's threats. As long as the operation on Thunder Island succeeded, her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be unshakable. She really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. March, pass on the weapons and equipment we borrowed to Miracle Dragon and the others. Since this plan has failed, we'll proceed with the original plan. Originally, Thousand Miles had intended to secure a complete victory for the evil dragon battle team without exposing their true strength. After all, this would benefit them greatly in the upcoming competitions. Now that Phoenix Rain had rejected his proposal, he had no choice but to show her how powerless the Azura battle team was against the evil dragon battle team, forcing her to regret her decision. Understood. Silent March nodded and left the room. Time passed quickly. As more people arrived in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain desperately worked with her subordinates to learn more about the evil dragon battle team. At the same time, she used her connections to obtain some top-tier equipment for the Azura battle team. As the competition was about to begin, Blue Phoenix rushed into the VIP room Phoenix Rain occupied. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wings members have arrived, but what? They've only sent 5 people this time. 5? Do they want to win this competition or not? Chapter 1148, Toy Around. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1148, Toy Around. In Flame Dragon City's underground arena, a large number of advanced carriages and high-ranking mounts crowded together outside the establishment. The hundreds of black-armored security members were currently confirming the players' invitations. Isn't that person the guild leader of the first-rate guild, Silver Knights? What is that mount? It's so huge. Crap. It's the epic rank glow effect. Which battle teams are participating in the Dark Arena this time? They have actually attracted so many amazing people. Both the independent players that had come to tour the Imperial capital and the guild players that wanted to take part in the Dark Arena were stunned by the scene in front of the underground arena. Normally, it was rare to see players atop high-ranked mounts in Flame Dragon City, yet warhorses, cheetahs, tigers, lions, giant wolves, and various other powerful mounts now packed the street. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Aside from high-ranking mounts, players also saw various upper echelons from many of the large guilds. However, the most popular topic among these independent and guild players was the upper echelon's weapons and equipment. In God's domain, ordinary players even considered dark gold weapons and equipment godly items. However, in this gathering of guild upper echelons, such items were a dime a dozen. It was the epic items that attracted attention. The true reason for the upper echelon's visit was the Dark Arena's first-ever auction. Even the usually uninterested large guilds had shown up, curious about what items the auction had to offer. After all, the Dark Arena's host had organized the auction. The host certainly wouldn't offer inferior goods as it would soil their reputation. Moreover, the Dark Arena's host had already announced that the auction would include an epic item. Even first-rate guilds had a few epic items at most, with some only having one or two. These guilds treasured every one of their epic items and used them to attract new and independent players. Aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, the majority that had been invited were first-rate guilds. There were also a select few second-rate guilds, famous adventurer teams, and famous independent Apex experts. Those who received an invitation card could also bring a few companions. In fact, many of the large guilds' upper echelons, who had not received an invitation themselves, had tagged along with first-rate guild upper echelons. Hence, so many large guilds had come to visit the Dark Arena. The guilds without their own epic items were eager to purchase the epic item in the auction. Among this gathering of experts, a party of 6 suddenly appeared. This party was particularly eye-catching as they stood in the crowd. Wow! Which guild do they belong to? They are all wearing epic items. They're even more impressive than the guild leaders from first-rate guilds. Wait, they aren't from a guild. Look, none of them are wearing guild emblems. The players were stunned as they gazed at this party of 6. Even the many upper echelons grew curious about these players' identities. Not only did every member of the party possess epic equipment, but their levels were also astonishing high. All 6 of them were level 43. In the Fire Dragon Empire, these people could definitely rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, only the first and second ranked players were level 43. Even if one counted those who had chosen not to display their names on the ranking list, the Empire didn't have more than 5 players who had reached level 43. Big sis endless, so many people are staring at us. Should we use our black cloaks? Cloud Yarn asked. She felt that they were attracting too much attention. At this rate, they might be noticed by those with ill will. No need. We're here to build the Midnight Tea Party's fame. With this, we can find more people to conduct business with. Paying no attention to the gazes sent her way, Endless Scars led her companions into the Dark Arena. Today, she had 3 goals for her visit. The first was to watch the match between Zero Wing and Miracle, the second was to take part in the auction, and the third was to find qualified superpowers to discuss business. Obviously, the guild players crowding the underground arena's entrance didn't meet her requirements. There were simply too many people entering the Dark Arena. Hence, the host had created 2 paths to enter the venue. One was a VIP path for the various superpowers, while the other had been prepared for the various large guilds. Very few representatives from the various superpowers would visit the Dark Arena, so there was no need for these people to wait in line to enter the venue. Meanwhile, the normal path for large guilds saw a lot of traffic, so people using that path had to line up. In Endless Scars' opinion, none of the large guilds in line qualified to discuss business opportunities with her. Most importantly, none of them were strong enough. Naturally, she would not waste her time on these guilds. Instead, she led the few Midnight Tea Party members that had joined her to the VIP path. Seeing the path Endless Scars' group took, the various large guild upper echelons, who had wanted to introduce themselves to the party, revealed bitter smiles. They also dismissed their thoughts of targeting these players' epic items. Those capable of entering via the VIP path had to be closely related to God's domain's super guilds, regardless of if they were independent players or not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a VIP invitation card. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the underground arena's third floor, Abandoned Wave sat by a window. As he quietly observed the bet displayed above the arena outside, he could not help but grin. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. As long as the Evil Dragon Battle Team achieves a complete victory, Blackwater will earn back all of its previous losses with interest. Abandoned Wave said before he began to laugh. Although some people had learned that Miracle backed the Evil Dragon's battle team, which decreased the payout rates from 1 to 3 to 1 to 1.5, the payout rate for a complete victory remained 1 to 8. Suddenly, Laughing Drunkard entered the room and reported, "Guild leader, Miss Jingxian has arrived. Should we greet her?" "Go, greet her for me. If possible, borrow some precious materials from her. Tell her that I'll pay her back by threefold later," Abandoned Wave instructed after considering the matter. He did not particularly value Ling Jingxian. After all, she didn't possess any authority in the Blackwater Corporation. There was no need to fawn over her. However, as Ling Jingxian was still a person of considerably high status, he had to show some respect. "Understood," Laughing Drunkard replied, bowing before taking his leave. Inside another VIP room in the underground arena, Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Shifeng's group take their seats below the competition stage. They really only sent 5 people. Phoenix Rain couldn't believe her eyes. Just what is Zero Wing planning? She simply could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. Was the man trying to provoke the Evil Dragon Battle Team? Or was he trying to conserve his team's strength? Although other battle teams had pulled off such a stunt before, those battle teams were extremely powerful. Those battle teams were absolutely confident in defeating their opponents. Hence, they felt that there was no need to expose the identities of their other members. However, the Evil Dragon Battle Team was no ordinary team. It had the full support of Miracle. Its overall strength was much higher than the Glorious Lions Battle Team. However, it was too late for Phoenix Rain to do anything. Both teams' rosters had already been submitted. It was impossible to make any changes now. Moreover, the first match was about to begin. Most laughably, the Azura Battle Team had decided to send Alluring Summer into the first match, someone whom Phoenix Rain had met only once before. Phoenix Rain had no information about the woman. This Phoenix Rain really is interesting. Has she finally realized the gap between our teams? Thousand Miles sneered as he watched the Azura Battle Team's 5 members. Unfortunately, it is too late now. March, go ahead and join the others. Also, tell Miracle Dragon and the others to toy around with the Azura Battle Team properly. Teach them how wide the gap is between our team's strengths. Understood. Silent March replied, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1149, Condition for Opening the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1449, Condition for Opening the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. The massive dark arena was packed with people, and everyone wore astonished expressions as they stared at the stage. For this competition, the Azura Battle Team had only sent 5 players. What's the Azura Battle Team trying to do? Could they trying for another complete victory? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the Azura Battle Team has nothing but fools, they must know that the Evil Dragon Battle Team is no longer the same as it was. Miracle now leads the team. Although Miracle is only a super first-rate guild, it even has stronger and more experts than some super guilds. I think they're deliberately trying to lose. Now that Miracle has taken over the Evil Dragon Battle Team, the battle team's strength has transformed tremendously. The Azura Battle Team must have recognized that they are no match for Evil Dragon and decided to send 5 members to conserve their strength for the next match. Every player in the audience had their own opinions. However, the majority was of the opinion that the Azura Battle Team intended to preserve its strength, yet they couldn't just throw away their reputation by handing over a complete victory. Hence, they had sent 5 members. As long as they won one of the first 3 matches, they wouldn't have too many issues. After all, the information they had collected clearly stated that the Azura battle team only a handful of powerful experts. This only gave the team a fighting chance in the first 3 matches. Once the competition proceeded to the final 2 matches, the Azura battle team had no hope of victory. More players began to place their bets on the Evil Dragon battle team's victory. Because of this, the competition's payout ratio changed again. While the payout rate for the Azura battle team's victory was 1-2, the payout rate in favor of the Evil Dragon battle team plummeted. However, the payout rate for either team achieving a complete victory remained the same. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Big Sis Endless, who do you think we should bet on? Cloud Yarn asked hesitantly. The other Midnight Tea Party members similarly looked towards Endless Scars in hopes of predicting the victor. In their adventurer team, Endless Scars was the most capable when it came to deducing others' strengths. Oftentimes, when their team members sparred, Endless Scars knew the outcome even before it began. They also intended on participating in the upcoming auction. It was better to have a little more money in their pockets. Stop trying to be devious. We don't have any concrete information about either team right now. It's impossible to judge which team will win. Endless Scars rolled her eyes at her companions. Slowly, she continued, everyone must assume that Zero Wing has no hope of winning. After all, the gap between both sides is simply too massive. However, Zero Wing is not as simple as they think. Let's just observe this battle. Had she not encountered Zero Wing at the Fallen Ark, she definitely would have assumed that the Evil Dragon battle team would win this competition. After all, Miracle had borrowed plenty of epic items from other guilds to secure victory. In addition, Miracle had dispatched its own Apex experts to support the Evil Dragon battle team. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to win. While the Azura battle team prepared below the stage, Shifeng received a call from Phoenix Rain. Team leader Yifeng, does Zero Wing intend to give up this competition? Phoenix Rain asked grumpily. She had rejected Thousand Miles' offer. She had also put her trust in Zero Wing while shouldering the pressure from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master, yet the Azura battle team only had 5 members on the stage. This made her look like a joke before 1,000 Miles, 9 Dragons Emperor, and the Great Pavilion Master. If the Azura battle team suffered utter defeat, her plans for Thunder Island would likely be finished as well. Currently, the number of superpowers contesting over Thunder Island increased by the day. Meanwhile, the Great Pavilion Master disagreed with the idea of splitting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power in the contest. He believed that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Phoenix Pavilion should work together to increase their chances of taking control of Thunder Island. If her performance in the Dark Arena disappointed the Great Pavilion Master, the latter would hand the Phoenix Pavilion's management rights to 9 Dragons Emperor. She wouldn't be in a favorable position. Give up. Shifeng chuckled. He more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had asked such a question. Phoenix Pavilion Master, we haven't given up. We just couldn't find enough capable experts, so we had no choice but to send 5 people. Shifeng wasn't happy with the situation either. However, he had no other choice. When he had obtained the inferior legendary treasure chest, it should have been a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, none of them expected the strict conditions for opening the treasure chest. Even Shifeng had been surprised. Opening the treasure chest actually required 3,000 players. The condition was very simple. One needed to send 3,000 players into the inferior legendary treasure chest. These players would then have to clear the trials inside. The treasure chest would only open after all 3,000 players cleared their trials. To ensure their success with opening the inferior legendary treasure chest, Shifeng had gathered every expert in the guild, supplementing the missing numbers with the guild's top elite players. However, he had never thought that, upon entering the chest, the players would be sent to separate trials. Moreover, players inside couldn't contact those in the outside world. They couldn't log out of the game either. There were only two ways to leave the treasure chest. The first method was to clear one's trial. The second was to wait for 48 hours. Once the time was up, players would be sent out of the treasure chest automatically. Unfortunately, if even one player failed their trial, they wouldn't be able to open the inferior legendary treasure chest. Among those who entered the treasure chest, Shifeng had performed the best. Even so, it had taken him over 8 hours to clear his trial. While inside, he had fought many monsters, with each being stronger than the last. It felt as if the trial were pushing players to surpass their limits with each battle. After Shifeng, Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Alluring Summer emerged from the treasure chest, one after another. However, even Violet Cloud, who had been the fastest among the four, had needed over 14 hours to clear her trial, whereas Alluring Summer, who had been the slowest, had taken 16 hours. Everyone else was still stuck inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. As the competition in the Dark Arena was about to begin, Shifeng had no choice but to lead Violet Cloud and the others to the venue first. While Shifeng had considered looking for substitutes on the way here, he simply couldn't think of anyone suitable for the role. Aside from his group of 5, there wasn't even one level 40+ expert player in the guild. They were all trapped inside the treasure chest. If he brought anyone below level 40 to the Dark Arena, they'd become a laughingstock. Couldn't find enough capable experts. Phoenix Rain was speechless. She even began to wonder if Shifeng was toying with her. However, seeing Shifeng's serious expression, the man should not be lying. It was quite possible that Shifeng knew how powerful the evil dragon battle team was. If that were the case, it wasn't unexpected that he couldn't find enough people capable of challenging the battle team. Since they had no hope of winning the final 2 3-versus-3 matches, there was no point in leading the rest of the members here. It was safer to bet everything they had on the first 3 matches. I understand. It will be alright if you don't win this competition. I just hope that you don't allow the evil dragon battle team to look down on the Azura battle team, Phoenix Rain softly advised Shifeng. Although their chances of defeat were high, as long as they won 2 of the first 3 matches, their defeat would be glorious in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, she could better explain herself to the Great Pavilion Master. As for achieving another complete victory, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, that was impossible. There were 2 monster-like experts on the evil dragon battle team's roster. They even had the Witch of the West holding down the fort. It would be a miracle if the Azura battle team weren't utterly annihilated. Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. As Phoenix Rain tried to console him, Shifeng realized that she had definitely misunderstood something. However, he also wasn't in a good position to explain the situation. After all, he could not reveal why he hadn't found any suitable fighters. The inferior legendary treasure chest was of utmost importance. Although it might not make him the enemy of every guild in the game like the city building order would, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would dispatch a large number of experts to steal the treasure chest. The various superpowers would repeatedly assassinate Zero Wing's upper echelons. This is the latest information I've gathered about the evil dragon battle team. Take a look, Phoenix Raid said before forwarding the files she had received from Blue Phoenix to Shifeng. Although they hadn't uncovered much information about the enemy battle team's members due to time constraints, it could still help Shifeng form a proper strategy for the competition. Hasn't Miracle invested a little too much into this competition? Shifeng was speechless after looking through the files. It would have been fine if Miracle only sent the sword freak, Miracle Dragon. However, Shifeng hadn't expected Miracle to dispatch the assassin Starstreak, who wielded the title Speed Star. Both players were bona fide monster-like experts. However, the name on the evil dragon battle team's roster that confused Shifeng the most had to be the Witch of the West, Alice. everyone in the virtual gaming world recognized the title The Witch of the West. Currently, the witch ranked 21st on the God's Domain experts list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon was known as an absolute genius that only appeared once a decade. Before even reaching the age of 30, Martial Dragon had grasped a domain. Meanwhile, based on what Shifeng knew, Alice held the record for the youngest person to grasp a domain. Many super guilds had attempted to recruit Alice. In the end, however, Miracle had paid a high price for her membership. Aside from Miracle's core upper echelons, no one knew exactly what conditions the Witch of the West had demanded. After Alice had joined God's Domain, despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trying its best to uncover information about her, the pavilion had only managed to find minor, irrelevant facts. The only crucial information they discovered was that, shortly after God's Domain had launched, Alice had successfully killed 3 of the secret pavilion's apex experts in a row. After that incident, the secret pavilion had pushed Alice to the 21st position on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had only provided a brief explanation of the battle that day. The pavilion had not released any concrete information or battle videos. Many Apex experts had been displeased and felt that the secret pavilion's judgment had been biased. These experts all rushed to challenge Alice. However, these challenges' outcomes had silenced any objections. Many of these people had even decided to join Miracle afterward. The situation had sparked many super guilds' curiosity. Although Shifeng did not know what had happened, he knew that the Witch of the West was extremely frightening. In the past, the Witch of the West had been most well known for her absolute combat power control. It was a unique combat technique that had been tailored for Alice. In the past, one had been considered an ordinary expert if they could exert 50% of their total combat power. As for second-rate experts, they were capable of exerting at least 60% of their combat power. First-rate experts could exert 70%, top-tier experts could exert 80%, peak experts could exert over 85%, and apex experts could exert over 90% of their combat power. Meanwhile, the Witch of the West could display 100% of her total combat power. Even Domain Realm experts would struggle to reach such heights. With these 3 great experts on the Evil Dragon battle team, it was no wonder why Phoenix Rain doubted that the Azura battle team had any chance of victory. While Shifeng plotted a strategy to deal with the enemy roster, the system announced both teams' rosters to the audience. Crap, the sword freak is here. I've been one of his loyal fans for a long time. Is the Evil Dragon battle team holding an all-star competition? Sword Freak, Speed Star, Witch of the West. No wonder why the Azura battle team only sent 5 people. They must have given up, knowing that they'd lose for sure. What a bunch of cowards. They aren't even putting up a fight. The audience gasped in shock when they saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Although they had already heard rumors that Miracle now supported the battle team, they had never imagined that the super first-rate guild would provide so much support. The crowd could not help but shiver with excitement when they saw the names on the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Compared to the Evil Dragon battle team, the previous teams were simply weaklings. Uncle Yuan, has Miracle lost its mind? It actually sent so many of its peak experts. Purple Jade frowned when she saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. The various super guilds were treating the Dark Arena like a playground. They would not take the competitions here seriously and expose their expert strengths. However, the combatants that Miracle had dispatched spoke volumes of how seriously the guild took the Dark Arena. It was likely that only teams with the backing of super first-rate guilds and super guilds had any chance of contending with the Evil Dragon battle team. Other guild and major corporation battle teams shouldn't even consider taking a team like that down. Jade, don't forget that the Mind Space system has officially activated. Miracle is most likely growing restless and trying to obtain as many resources as it can as quickly as possible. As the Dark Arena takes shape, it's becoming an excellent source of income. Miracle will start taking the competitions here seriously, Yuan Tiexin said. Miracle's actions hadn't surprised him in the least. It's unfortunate that Zero Wing still doesn't have enough experts and can't participate in a competition of this level yet. However, at least we have not wasted our trip, since we'll get to watch a few interesting matches and gain a deeper understanding of the Evil Dragon battle team. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the second floor. Over a dozen people lounged in the VIP room, and every one of them was level 41 or above. Among them, the tall, mighty man in the lead was a level 42 berserker and carried a pitch-black greatsword across his back. If Shi Feng saw this man, he would recognize this level 42 berserker as Everlasting War. Sitting around Everlasting War were the Glorious Lions Reserve members. They all gaped as they stared at the roster over the stage. Vice Team Leader, we specifically came all the way here to watch the Azura battle team in action, but at this rate, won't the Evil Dragon battle team annihilate Azura? That's right. If the Evil Dragon battle team secures a complete victory, our Glorious Lion's reputation will plummet, since the Azura battle team defeated us. Alright, enough. We're simply here to watch the competition. If the Azura battle team is utterly defeated, this can only mean that they aren't improving fast enough. In that case, we simply need to defeat the Evil Dragon battle team to redeem ourselves. Everlasting War strictly reprimanded his team after hearing the reserve members' concerns. The Glorious Lions had suffered a complete defeat against the Azura battle team. Losing that competition had dealt Everlasting War a massive mental blow. He had never imagined that Shi Feng and the others would be so powerful. Since then, he had finally understood that there was always someone better. In the past, he and his team members were too ignorant and thought of themselves as experts. Henceforth, they had trained desperately and improved themselves. Today, he and his team had come to gain a proper understanding of the Azura battle team. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected the battle team to be so outmatched. Deep down, though, Everlasting War still hoped that the Azura battle team would win. With this, defeating the Azura battle team in a future rematch would have more meaning. Below the stage, in the Evil Dragon battle team's resting area, Miracle Dragon glanced at the Azura battle team's roster before turning to look at the distant Shi Feng. When he noticed the swordsman's calm expression, he could not help his disappointment. And here I thought that he would be a formidable rival. Now, it seems he's just a coward, Miracle Dragon said contemptuously. March, I'll let you arrange the matchups. There's no reason to take an opponent that has already surrendered seriously. Understood. Since they are sending an elementalist into the first match, I'll volunteer to fight, Silent March suggested. Fine. However, I forbid you from messing around too much. Just toy with the opponent a little. Do not expose too much of your strength. We need to ensure that we'll progress towards challenging the host, Miracle Dragon instructed. Silent March nodded in response. She then walked up the stage. Chapter 1151, Peak Class. Hellscythe _Fluffy Chapter 1151, Peak Class. The moment Silent March took to the stage, cheers erupted around the arena. They're starting the first match with the Purgatory Legion's vice commander. Miracle really is merciless. I heard that she has the Necromancer class and can summon skeletons with high magic resistance. The Azura battle team's elementalist is in trouble. Trouble? More like a tragedy. Magical classes fear close range more than anything. Elementalists are no exception. A necromancer can summon dozens of undead without much trouble. An elementalist has no chance against an army of undead. The audience was comprised of large guild upper echelons and expert players. They were all familiar with various news and details in God's domain. Hence, they were all familiar with the Purgatory Legion's Silent March. Not only was Silent March the vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions, but she also wielded a hidden class. Due to her status, the various large guilds had investigated the woman and had come to understand just how powerful the Necromancer class was. The Necromancer was a peak hidden class that had almost no weaknesses. The class was incredibly powerful in every aspect. A fight between a Necromancer and an ordinary class would simply be one-sided. When Phoenix Rain, who watched from a VIP room, saw the evil dragon battle team's representative for the first match, a shade fell over her white, unblemished skin. They're using one of their secret weapons in the first match? 1,000 Miles is really taking this seriously. Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Silent March's gray, gemstone staff. When she had previously met Silent March, the latter had carried a Blackwood staff. Based on her estimates, that Blackwood staff should have only been a top-tier dark gold staff, yet Silent March had changed her equipment, wielding a new staff now. Normally, this was considered a huge PvP taboo. After all, it was impossible to use an unfamiliar weapon to its fullest potential without some practice. Despite knowing this, Silent March had switched weapons. There could only be one possibility for such a decision. Silent March's current staff must be far superior to her prior weapon. Needless to say, the gemstone staff was certainly an epic staff. Moreover, the Necromancer had replaced more than her weapon. She had also switched out 2 pieces of her old equipment. Furthermore, as Silent March was the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, Miracle should have given her at least one epic item, to begin with. In other words, Silent March had at least 3 epic items on her. Phoenix Rain's frown deepened. As the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master, she knew full well that epic items provided more than just a massive attribute boost. Epic items also came with powerful skills and effects. Although Phoenix Rain did not know how strong Alluring Summer was, in terms of equipment, the Elementalist was no match for Silent March. The fact that Silent March had earned the position of vice commander in one of Miracle's 3 trump-card legions showed that her combat standard was at the flowing water realm at the very least, which meant she was capable of reading her opponents. Her Necromancer class only further bolstered her combat power. Even against a Void Realm expert with the same quality of weapons and equipment, Silent March had a chance of emerging victorious. As Phoenix Rain despaired over the upcoming fight, Alluring Summer approached the stage. Currently, Alluring Summer wore a black cloak. No one could see her current level or equipment, only her face was visible. However, many among the audience gasped upon seeing her beauty. Alluring Summer's aura was also a stark contrast to Silent March's. If one described Silent March's aura as dark and deathly, then Alluring Summer's was light and vital. Who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her in the Azura battle team's files before? Is she Azura's secret trump card? How can that be possible? I check for any information about this beauty. She doesn't have any battle records at all. She's likely a newcomer that the Azura battle team is trying to cultivate. They might have let her tag along to gain experience. When Alluring Summer appeared, the audience's attention shifted to her. Although the Azura battle team's defeat was already certain, it was still worth taking note of the team's members. After all, the Azura battle team had secured a total victory against the Glorious Lions. The battle team was still quite powerful. It just hadn't been as lucky this time. Since a new face had joined the Azura battle team, it was only natural that everyone paid attention to her. Silent March smiled as she watched the Elementalist approach the stage. Giggling, she said, "I'm sure you've already discovered that I'm a Necromancer. Rest assured, I won't summon a bunch of undead to fight you. Think of it as adding a little more fun to the match." "I have to thank you for that, then. However, I advise you to go all out from the very beginning. Otherwise, this fight will be over very quickly," Alluring Summer said, smiling. Her sweet smile could even melt snow. "Is that so? I'll listen to your suggestion, then. Very soon, I'll show everyone what despair looks like on your face." Silent March sneered. Originally, she had planned to toy with Alluring Summer for a bit. However, she had just changed her mind. Although the audience couldn't hear the conversation between the two women, when they saw the smiles on the women's faces, they somehow felt chills crawl down their spines. The timer above the stage began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Once the countdown began, the audience members focused on the stage, their heart rates increasing. Unlike a duel between ordinary players, experts would descend into a rapid battle as soon as the fight began, pushing their bodies to the limits. If one wanted to view and understand the fight clearly, one needed to pay careful attention. The instant the timer ended, Silent March took action. The necromancer started off by chanting an incantation, her free hand writing one line of runes after another. Her writing was so fast that no one could even see her hand's shadow. Shortly after, a gray magic array formed beside Silent March, stupefying the spectators. Crap! Triple casting. Is she even human? As expected of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander. Her strength is absurd. Single casting was already difficult for ordinary players. If a spell's incantation and runes were not chanted and written properly, the spell would be significantly weaker. Extremely few experts were capable of double casting. Not only did players need to get the chant and runes of both spells correct when double casting, but players also needed to be fast. Players needed to complete the chants and runes for both spells within a short time. Otherwise, the system would determine the spell's casting time to be too long, and the system would interrupt the cast. All magical class players dreamed of being able to triple cast. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work alone. One needed to be talented. Once a magical class player grasped triple casting, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fighting a triple caster was like fighting 3 players at once. Moreover, these 3 players would cooperate seamlessly. While everyone was shocked by Silent March's triple casting, Alluring Summer revealed that she could double cast. Unfortunately, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cry out in despair. Silent March revealed a sinister expression as she sneered at Alluring Summer. She then raised her staff and pointed it toward the sky. Immediately, a black magic array appeared above the fighters, covering half of the stage. Tier 1 Curse, Call of Death. A magic array had also appeared beneath Alluring Summer's feet, with chains bones sprouting from the magic array to wrap around the Elementalist Tier 1 spell, Bone Imprisonment. Meanwhile, sharp spears appeared around Silent March, aimed for Alluring Summer. This was the Tier 1 spell, White Bone Spears. What a pity. This match is going to end as soon as it began, Silent March taunted, smiling gleefully. She then swung her staff and shouted, "Disappear." The 6 bone spears shot straight for the immobilized Elementalist. Chapter 1152, Staff vs. Staff. _ 1000 Miles, who relaxed in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. In a reprimanding tone, he muttered, "March is taking this too seriously. She should have at least let Alluring Summer struggle. What is the point of an instant win?" The Evil Dragon battle team did not simply want to defeat the Azura battle team. More importantly, they aimed for a complete victory. If they won the first match so easily, it would likely affect the payout rate for the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He had reminded Silent March to toy with her opponent, creating a misconception for the audience that a complete victory wouldn't be so easy for them. Maple, notify Miracle Dragon and the others right away. Have them ease up a little during the next 2 matches. Understood. The Elementalist, cleansed Maple, immediately sent Miracle Dragon a message. When Silent March revealed her ability to triple cast, not only had she stunned the guild upper echelons watching, but she had also shocked the experts from the various superpowers in the 3rd floor VIP rooms. Is this Silent March a spellcasting genius? Blue Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Although she, too, knew how to triple cast, doing so was far more difficult than ordinary people could imagine. The higher a spell's tier was, the more incantations and runes its casting required. After training arduously, she could only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and 1 Tier 0 spell simultaneously, yet Silent March had cast a Tier 1 curse and 2 Tier 2 spells at the same time. While both were capable of triple casting, the difference between them was massive. Tier 0 spells were no threat to a Tier 1 player. Normally, these spells were only used as a distraction. In other words, one of her 3 attacks was negligible. Ordinary experts could generally complete 2 tasks at once. Thus, defending against 2 attacks wasn't difficult. Her opponents only needed to defend against her Tier 1 spells, ignoring her Tier 0 spell altogether. The most a Tier 0 spell could do was deal some minor damage. If an ordinary expert fought her, as long as they were careful, they could even find an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. However, of the 3 spells Silent March used, 2 were significant threats, while 1 could deal a killing blow. While ordinary experts could survive against her for some time, Silent March would kill them instantly. Big Sis Endless, Silent March is amazing. Her triple casting can almost rival yours. Cloud Yarn stated, surprised as she watched the stage. She had never imagined that anyone else could reach Endless Scar's standards. She is indeed. However, she is nowhere near as powerful as Endless yet, the team leader, Breeze Wine, said as he rolled his eyes at Cloud Yarn. Slowly, he explained, Endless relies on her own abilities to cast 3 Tier 1 spells. That woman, on the other hand, is relying on her staff. Her staff. Cloud Yarn grew confused. That's right. That staff is the Crimson Emperor Guild's treasured staff, the Magician's Scepter. This staff has a special effect that provides a 20% error adjustment when spellcasting, Breeze Wine explained as he gazed at the gemstone staff in Silent March's hand. Enviously, he said, Magician's Scepter can improve a magical class's spellcasting tremendously. In the hands of someone like Silent March, that weapon is even more magnificent. Unless that alluring summer can reach Endless standards, this fight won't have any meaning. Meanwhile, above the stage, the 6 bone spears transformed into 6 streaks of white light that arrived before alluring summer instantly, every one locked on to the elementalist's vital points. Even without bone imprisonment's restraints, alluring summer couldn't escape the bone spear's attacks unscathed. Die! Silent March sneered. Pang! 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 As the spears were about to strike alluring summer, a layer of ice appeared around the elementalist, encasing her. Not only had ice barrier removed bone imprisonment, but it had also deflected the bone spears. As for the level 42 Lord-ranked skeleton knight that Silent March had summoned, it could only watch the elementalist helplessly. Not a bad decision. Unfortunately, ice barrier is an elementalist's most powerful life-saving skill. You can only use it once in this match. What are you going to do once the spell's duration ends? Silent March asked contemptuously. She wielded the Magician's Scepter as well as a peak legacy. She could even challenge a domain realm expert, not to mention alluring summer. However, as Silent March was about to cast another series of spells, she discovered something off about the mana flow above the stage. She tilted her head back to look. The moment she looked up, however, she was startled. A massive, blue magic array gradually formed above the stage. This array was no weaker than her Tier 1 curse. The audience was similarly stunned by this sight. What a decisive move. Even a fool could tell that the magic array was a large-scale destruction spell. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within the spell's range was free game. However, Ice Barrier was a life-saving skill that gave its user invulnerability during its duration. Alluring Summer could easily endure her own spell. However, summoners did not have invulnerability skills. If Silent March couldn't defend herself against the large-scale destruction spell, she would definitely die. Boom. 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 As one lightning strike descended after another, over half of the stage had transformed into an electric hell. Even Silent March could not escape the spell's range in time. After the thunderstorm had passed, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Alluring Summer finally emerged from her ice barrier. As everyone assumed that Silent March was dead. The instant Alluring Summer's ice barrier vanished, the previously summoned Skeleton Knight charged out of the smoke and slashed its long sword at the elementalist. Instinctively, Alluring Summer used her blink skill and instantly appeared 15 yards away from her original position, avoiding the Skeleton Knight's chop. "You're still alive." Alluring Summer was slightly surprised when she saw Silent March reveal herself from the smoke clouds. The necromancer appeared completely unharmed. Her expression, however, was much darker than before. "Good. You are the first person to force me to use my legacy life-saving skill. As a reward, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair." Silent March growled coldly as she stared at Alluring Summer. In God's domain, while summoners did not possess any life-saving skills that provided invulnerability, necromancers did. The skill's name was Shield of Death. She had kept this trump card hidden. However, Alluring Summer had forced her to expose it. As soon as Silent March finished speaking, she began to chant once more. At the same time, she controlled the Skeleton Knight to attack Alluring Summer. Alluring Summer was forced to dodge the Skeleton Knight's attacks while interrupting Silent March's casting with ice spears. However, Silent March blocked the incoming attacks with Bone Wall. "Rise, my undead army." As Silent March finished the last verse, skeleton warriors pulled themselves from the ground before her. Some of the warriors wielded longswords and shields, while others wielded battle axes and some had bows. In the blink of an eye, a small legion had appeared before Silent March. Although the majority of the small legion consisted of level 42 common-ranked skeleton warriors, as undead's magic resistance was quite high, even cannon fodder could prove to be troublesome for an elementalist. Furthermore, among the 60-plus skeleton warriors, there were even a few level 42 elite-ranked skeleton warriors equipped with good equipment. This move was none other than Necromancer's trademark skill, Undead Legion. As Silent March's Undead Legion was still a Tier 1 skill, it could only summon 60 common-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon elites. Upon reaching Tier 2, however, the Necromancer could summon 100 elite-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon special elites. Everyone fell silent as the skeleton warriors filled the stage. Even MT classes like Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors felt chills crawl down their spines. This numerical advantage was overwhelming. "You want to fight as a group?" Alluring Summer revealed a joyful smile as she grinned at the Undead Legion before her. "Come, then." Saying so, Alluring Summer stored her original staff and retrieved a black scythe from her bag. There were extremely intricate skulls and magical patterns engraved on the scythe. At a glance, it looked like the Grim Reaper's signature weapon. This staff was none other than the staff that dropped from one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Death's Sigh. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. When Alluring Summer replaced her staff, her aura began to transform. If Alluring Summer had been akin to the warm sun before, then now, she was cold like the moon. Moreover, her aura wasn't the only thing that had transformed. A faint layer of gray fog had also appeared around her, obscuring her from sight. Is that a staff? Why does it look more like a melee weapon? Rather than an elementalist, the crowd thought Alluring Summer looked like a god of death. That weapon is giving off such a powerful impression. I bet it's an epic weapon. It's a pity that there isn't much point to switching weapons right now. With so many skeleton warriors and the Skeleton Knight, she doesn't have a chance. Silent March is waiting for an opportunity on the other side of the stage, too. I know, right? The Necromancer class is simply broken in a one-on-one fight. Although the spectators had realized that Alluring Summer's new weapon was quite powerful, a single weapon could not change this battle's outcome. After all, the difference between the fighters' strengths was simply too vast. Watching up to this point, the upper echelons from the various large guilds finally realized just how terrifying a peak class could be. Unlike the rest of the audience, however, Endless Scars, sitting in one of the VIP rooms, carefully observed Death's Sigh in Alluring Summer's hands. The more she observed the weapon, the more her interest grew. Breeze Wine was also staring at Death's Sigh, his expression growing more thoughtful. Endless, don't you think that weapon looks just like that weapon recorded in the ancient book? Breeze Wine asked. The Midnight Tea Party had explored many extremely dangerous locations. During their adventures, they had found an ancient book in a secret location. Although this book did not have any powerful abilities, it had been passed down since ancient times. Many weapons had been recorded within, and players would consider every one of these weapons godly items. Alluring Summer's current weapon looked very similar to one of the weapons in the ancient book. It looks similar, yet quite different. However, I doubt that's the real thing. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible for current players to get their hands on that weapon. Endless Scars denied Breeze Wine's conjecture. Suddenly, Silent March began her attack. Immediately, the necromancer directed her skeleton knight and skeleton warriors to attack Alluring Summer from all sides. This way, the elementalist could neither defend herself nor blink away. In the end, Alluring Summer would be surrounded and killed. As the skeleton knight and skeleton warriors inched closer to Alluring Summer, she responded by using the Tier 1 spell, Blizzard. A snowstorm then enveloped an area of 10 by 20 yards, turning every skeleton warrior within range into an ice statue. A damage of over -6,000 appeared above the skeleton warriors' heads. Alluring Summer frowned. These undead monsters' magic resistance was much higher than she had expected. Unless she used a large-scale destruction spell, she couldn't instant-kill these level 42 skeleton warriors with 45,000 HP. Stop wasting your energy. With the skeleton warriors' magic resistance, the damage they receive from Tier 1 spells is reduced by 70%. Even if you've switched to an epic weapon, you are still no match for them, Silent March said, sneering. Or do you think that you can bridge the gap with one measly epic weapon? Don't forget that I have my own epic staff. As soon as Silent March spoke, 6 white bone spears appeared around her once more. You had used your life-saving skill to defend against this attack. I want to see how you survive this time. Silent March shouted and swung her staff down. Immediately, the 6 bone spears flew towards Alluring Summer. Seeing this, the audience assumed that this match was over. Regarding basic attributes or class, Silent March was greatly superior to Alluring Summer. It was impossible for Alluring Summer to secure victory by relying on one epic staff. It's over. However, the Azura battle team has not lost this match in vain. Without any advantages, the loss isn't unusual. The crowd couldn't help but pity the Azura battle team. Although both battle teams had the support of a guild, the difference between Zero Wing and Miracle was massive. In the previous competition, the Azura battle team had relied on their basic attributes, weapons, and equipment to achieve victory. Unfortunately, they were weaker than the Evil Dragon battle team in every aspect. Boom! As an explosion rang through the battlefield, smoke and dust flew into the air. Silent March frowned, confused as she looked at Alluring Summer, who stood amidst the dust and smoke. Alluring Summer had only evaded the 6 bone spears. The elementalist had not bothered to use skills to defend herself. No magical class expert would make such a simple mistake. For bone spears had struck Alluring Summer, her HP falling below 50%. As long as she launched another volley with the white bone spears, she could take the elementalist's life. In reality, even if Silent March didn't attack, her skeletons could defeat Alluring Summer easily. Giving up already? Silent March could not help but laugh. Giving up? Alluring Summer shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I have not given up. On the contrary, I owe you my thanks. Thanks? Silent March was confused. Thank me for suppressing you with my overwhelming strength? No. This death sigh is a very special staff. Only when its user's HP is below 50% can display its true potential, Alluring Summer said, helplessness filling her voice as she gazed at the scythe in her hand. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me once you have less than half of your HP? Silent March could not help but grin at the elementalist, glaring at the woman with contempt and ridicule. She had 3 epic items on her right now, and every one of them had astonishing effects. She hadn't even used one of their effects thus far. Alluring Summer was dreaming if she thought she could beat her with some epic staff. No, not defeat. Chuckling, Alluring Summer said, this will just be one-sided bullying. Silent March was instantly furious upon hearing Alluring Summer's confidence. Lightly waving her magician's scepter, she activated one of the staff's skills. Mana Amplification. Increases the effects of all skills used by caster by 500% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Now, Silent March was even strong enough to face a Grand Lord of the same level. Immediately, 30 white bone spears appeared around Silent March. Moreover, every one contained more power than the previous spears. The audience was flabbergasted. Crap, this is just too overpowered. She's too strong. Even 10 of me couldn't take her on. Is this the strength of the Purgatory Legion's vice-commander? If these players had thought that they had any hope against an expert like Silent March, then now, she felt like an invincible monster. Turn to ash. Silent March waved her staff towards Alluring Summer. Shio. 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 The 30 bone spears flew towards Elementalist, leaving her with no space to dodge. I was waiting for this. Alluring Summer was unperturbed in the face of the incoming spears. On the contrary, she appeared excited. Gripping Death's Sigh tightly in both hands, she swung the weapon down towards the enemy necromancer. Pang! The sound of glass shattering reached the spectators. The space before Alluring Summer then split like 2 halves of a broken window. Following which, both the incoming bone spears and the skeleton legion turned into ash and dust. Although Silent March tried to say something, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her vision faded to gray before she saw nothing but a black void. Before everyone could react, the system signaled the match's end, the sound echoing throughout the arena. The victor's name appeared above the stage. Victor, Alluring Summer. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Seeing the victor's ID hovering above the stage, silence reigned over the competition venue. For a moment, it seemed as if this silence had blanketed the world. The match's outcome confused everyone. No matter how they looked at it, Silent March should have won this match with ease. Alluring Summer simply had no hope of winning, yet she had overturned the match with a single skill. Everything had happened so suddenly that, before they even realized it, Silent March, who had 100% of her HP remaining, was dead. What just happened? Silent March was defeated? What kind of attack was that? Many people's eyes widened in shock when they watched the replay. However, even in the end, they hadn't seen Alluring Summer's attack process. From beginning to end, Alluring Summer had only lightly swung her scythe. After that, the space before Alluring Summer had split in half, killing the undead and Silent March, who had been 30 yards away, instantly. In God's domain, ranged attacks normally had a trajectory indicator. For example, when Silent March had fired the white bone spears at Alluring Smile, the spectators had seen trajectory indicators for a brief moment, allowing them to predict where the attacks would land. However, Alluring Summer's attack hadn't displayed any trajectory indicators. It was as if alluring summer had struck silent March the moment she swung death's sigh. Big sis endless, I just watched the replay multiple times, and I couldn't see any indicators. Does alluring summer's skill not use them? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask. If she were to point out who knew the most about God's domain, then it would definitely be Endless Scars. If Endless Scars didn't know something, that no one else in the team would either. You don't need to look for them. Her attack does not have any trajectory indicators. Endless Scar's eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the scythe in alluring summer's hands. I really didn't expect this. Although it isn't the real deal, I'm shocked to see that Zero Wing has obtained such a weapon. Silent March had not lost without reason. Breezewine nodded in agreement with Endless Scars' words, fear filling his eyes as he looked at alluring summer's weapon. He was certain that the weapon alluring summer wielded was a replica of one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, Death's Sigh. As for the weapon being the real deal, that was very unlikely. According to the ancient book, the real article had been destroyed long ago. Even a blacksmith god couldn't repair it. Thus, he was absolutely confident that the elementalist's Death's Sigh was a replica. However, the imitation was considerably similar to the real thing if it could even use dimensional fracture. Dimensional fracture was an unblockable skill. Even invulnerability could not stop it. Dimensional fracture ignored distance and all forms of protection. When activated, the skill would even penetrate invincible defenses and attack the target directly. It was rumored that the real Death's Sigh could instant kill any creature below Tier 6. Of course, that was only a rumor. Moreover, alluring summer only wielded a replica. Even so, a replica should have no problems instant killing a Tier 1 magical class player. She's dead. Phoenix Rain was somewhat confused after watching the match's outcome. This win was too sudden. She hadn't been prepared for such an outcome. Rather than calling this a PvP match, it had been a one-sided display of power. Damn it! Damn it! Thousand Miles's eyes radiated killing intent as he glared at alluring summer. He wanted to rush onto the stage and kill the elementalist back to level 0. This single loss had foiled his plans to annihilate the Azura battle team. He had bet tons of resources on the Evil Dragon battle team achieving a complete victory. Now that his plan had failed, why wouldn't he be furious? He had intended to use those resources to compete for the authority over Thunder Island. Now, however, they were gone. Very quickly, Thousand Miles calmed himself down. He turned to Cleansed Maple and said, "Notify Miracle Dragon immediately. I don't want to see them lose another match. I want them to go all out in the next 2 fights." Now that a complete victory was no longer possible, they could only defeat the Azura battle team and recuperate their losses from the competition's winnings. Many large guilds had come to participate in the upcoming auction. Before the auction began, however, many of these guilds would try their luck and bet on the competition. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team won, their winnings might make up for the losses they suffered. Hence, Thousand Miles was now taking the competition seriously and refused to give the Azura battle team any hope of victory. However, compared to Thousand Miles's rage, Abandoned Wave had nearly gone mad in another VIP room. Abandoned Wave had bet practically all of his guild's resources on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He could not afford for the team to lose even a single match. Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Shifeng's group below the stage. Zero Wing had spoiled several of his plans now. He resolved himself for the final struggle. Drunkard, notify the Beast Emperor and tell him that I'm willing to become an evil god apostle. Moreover, I'll sacrifice 1 million players to him. However, I want both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing annihilated. Guild Leader. Laughing Drunkard panicked at Abandoned Wave's command. The Blackwater Corporation's upper echelons wanted to develop the guild. If they sacrificed the guild members, these upper echelons would not let Abandoned Wave off the hook, regardless of his position as young Master Jing's trusted aide. Relax. I won't use our guild's members. In any case, contact the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave said. Despite such a reply, Laughing Drunkard still thought that Abandoned Wave had lost his mind. The Beast Emperor was an extremely mysterious fellow. Every time they had met, the man's face had been wrapped in bandages. They had never seen his true appearance. Even the name of Beast Emperor was a fake. The Beast Emperor had sought them out, stating that he could help them achieve great things. However, he had a condition. They must become evil god apostles. After hearing his deal, they researched what it meant to become an evil god apostle. Only after investigating the matter did they understand how horrible it would be to become an evil god apostle. Becoming one would make them an enemy to almost everyone in the game. Moreover, after becoming an evil god apostle, unless one deleted their accounts and restarted, they would remain an evil god apostle forever. Furthermore, if NPCs captured them, their accounts would be useless. Hence, Abandoned Wave had refused to become an evil god apostle, content with conducting trades with the Beast Emperor. Enough. Just do as I say. I'll explain things to young Master Jing, Abandoned Wave coldly ordered as he shot the motionless Laughing Drunkard a glare. Understood. With no other option, Laughing Drunkard left the room, traveling to where he usually met the Beast Emperor. As the competition's first round had come to an end, the audience quickly shifted its attention to the second round. The second round was a 2-on-2 battle. Unlike one-on-one matches, players could rely on teamwork to display even greater power. The instant the Evil Dragon Battle Team declared their participating members, the spectators' expressions grew serious. They can't be serious, right? It seems that the Evil Dragon Battle Team is pissed off now. They sent those two to fight. This trip was really worth it. Many large guild upper echelons and superpower members grew excited when they saw the names of the Evil Dragon Battle Team's representatives for the second round. For the second round, the Evil Dragon Battle Team dispatched the Witch of the West, Alice, and the Speed Star, Starstreak. Both these players were famous experts from Miracle. Even super guilds had to take these two players very seriously. Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage. Although neither spoke a word, just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two. So strong. That is the Witch of the West. Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, yet Alice wore the complete set. That was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain, much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sun set equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45. In other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list. When pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sun set equipment and level 45, she was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire God's Eye, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete flaming sun set equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire God's Eye as a trump card on Thunder Island. Now that Miracle had it, her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire God's Eye equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. "Why haven't you sent anyone up yet?" "I don't want to wait here all day," Alice asked indifferently as her aqua-blue eyes gazed down at Shifeng beneath the stage. Although Silent March's defeat had surprised her as well, it had only increased her interest in Alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Azura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. "Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons," Shifeng said. "Swapping weapons?" Starstreak glanced at Alluring Summer, who stood beside Shifeng, curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death's sigh to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Wasn't that staff supposed to be an elementalist staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill Alluring Smile had used with Death's Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn! The Azura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius! The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Sigh. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed Dimensional Fracture's might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful. If the skill were used again, they might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted, yet he couldn't accuse the Azura battle team of cheating as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Shifeng and Violet Cloud approached the stage. Following which, the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist Alice and Assassin Starstreak vs Swordsman Yifeng and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Azura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant-kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a Cleric's support, the Swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense. However, against a pure burst damage combination, the Swordsman and Cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Shifeng before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Azura battle team should have fielded a Swordsman and an Assassin instead. Is the Azura battle team trying to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage? Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players. Among the 5 members the Azura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena, excluding Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Shifeng. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you will have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly. Hence, the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Azura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Azura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speed Star. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Sigh, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood two things. First, Death's Sigh isn't an elementalist-specific weapon, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Shifeng's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an elementalist weapon. Only a fool would believe that. A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Shifeng's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for elementalists. As everyone assumed that Shifeng had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Although Shifeng had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily. Particularly, the members of the Evil Dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. That's right. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the Evil Dragon battle team members believed Shifeng's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Shifeng. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Shifeng's face. On the contrary, Shifeng's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true. If Shifeng was telling the truth and that Death's Sigh was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Azura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak, who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious: to kill Violet Cloud first. When Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson, wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint, red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire. Although I don't know whether your words are true or not, the fact that you've exposed your trump cards so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Shifeng. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0. At the same time, Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than silent marches. In the blink of an eye, a massive, crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Shifeng and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic, dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West. She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage, her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable. As expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Shifeng and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from ice and flames. Magical class players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spells, speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously. In God's domain, the purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only, the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speedcasting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principle sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, she was wielding the Fire God's Eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The Fire God's Eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speedcasting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level. At the same time as Alice launched her attack, Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud. Ice-Fire Domain. She's using her trademark move right off the bat. The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Ice-Fire Domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale, fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially. When she used this move against an MT of the same level, even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. "It's up to you now," Shifeng said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud. Nodding, Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation. Boom! When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Starstreak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Shirfong and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. As the explosion came to a roaring end, the rampant mana also gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the might of Alice's ice-fire domain had stupefied the many experts present. Everybody capable of taking part in the dark arena was someone of high status and position. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts from large guilds. At this moment, however, every one of these experts had their breaths taken away by the Witch of the West, particularly those magical class experts, who even found themselves gasping for air when they witnessed this scene. Spell combination. This is too amazing. It's a true spell combination. Someone has actually managed to turn theory into reality. So this is the Witch of the West. At this moment, the magical class players present could not help but want to rewatch the earlier scene several hundred times. Double speed casting was already plenty amazing. However, using it as a base, the Witch of the West had displayed an even stronger ability, and that was spell combination. This was a peak technique that countless magical class players dreamed of bringing off. In God's domain, the sight of melee classes combining the strength of their attacks was no longer rare. However, the difficulty of superpositioning two different types of spells was much greater than that of stacking the strength of melee attacks. The reason for this was, firstly, players had less control over their spells than over their bodies. Secondly, one's grasp of timing needed to be extremely accurate. Due to these two reasons, spell combination was deemed to be an impossible technique. Yet, now, the Witch of the West had displayed that technique before everybody. Isn't she a little too strong? If she's grasped spell combination, no player in the same tier can match her. Cloud Yarn was filled with shock as she looked at Alice, who was standing proudly on the stage right now. The other members of the Midnight Tea Party agreed with Cloud Yarn's words. From the destructive power they saw, they could tell that the effect of spell combination was much stronger than that of strength stacking. Even just the combination of two ordinary Tier 1 spells resulted in a power that could rival that of a Tier 2 spell. Being able to cast Tier 2 spells as a Tier 1 player would provide one with an overwhelming advantage over others, not to mention being capable of combining two Tier 1 curses together. Anyone who did not possess a defensive skill that provided invulnerability would be killed instantly. What a pity. Endless Scars could not help but sigh as she took another look at the Azura battle team. Her view of the battle was mostly the same as her teammates. However, unlike them, she did not consider Alice invincible among those of the same tier. At the very least, among the experts she knew, there were many that could contend against Alice. One of the said experts was none other than the Sword King Black Flame, whom she had met just recently. Unfortunately, Black Flame was not participating in this competition. Otherwise, there would definitely be an interesting fight to watch if the two of them fought. Just as everyone believed that the Azura battle team's members had already been killed and was waiting for the system to announce the victors, two vague figures appeared standing amid the scattering smoke. They managed to survive even that. Everyone could not help but grow confused. Even an MT with their life-saving skill activated would most likely die when going up against that kind of destructive power, not to mention a swordsman and a cleric, which were inferior to MTs when it came to HP and defense. The instant Violet Cloud's figure emerged, Starstreak, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike all this time, activated shadow steps and dove straight into the smoke clouds. He then stabbed his pitch-black dagger at the back of the petite figure before him. Starstreak completed the entire process like flowing water. He made no sound whatsoever as he moved, and included no excess movements in his actions. Immediately, the pitch-black dagger struck at Violet Cloud at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ambush! Dang! Sparks flew into the surroundings as the clangor of metal clashing resounded throughout the stage. Amid the little sparks, one could faintly see a longsword wrapped in blue lightning holding back the advance of Starstreak's pitch-black dagger. He blocked it. Starstreak was inwardly surprised. However, as a peak expert, he would not fall back just because one of his attacks failed to land. He promptly adjusted his previous strategy as he flipped the silver dagger in his left hand into a reverse grip. In the next moment, the silver dagger began emitting cold air. He then activated the epic-ranked Frosttooth's strongest skill, Frost Burst, at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Frost Burst was a skill that dealt a large amount of ice-type damage in a fan-shaped area before the user. At the same time, the skill would also freeze all creatures within the affected area for 5 seconds. Even if one used a control removal skill, they would still be affected by Frost Burst's other effect, which reduced the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 10 seconds. With this, Starstreak would have an absolute advantage throughout the skill's duration. Boom! The space before Starstreak immediately turned into a world of frost. Following which, he used Absolute Strike and struck at Violet Cloud once more. Pang! However, before he could reach his target, Starstreak, who had transformed into a streak of shadow, found himself stopped without warning. It was as if his entire person had crashed into a wall. What's going on? Starstreak was thoroughly bewildered. At this moment, there was actually an invisible wall before him. Meanwhile, not only had this invisible wall stopped his absolute strike, but even the ice burst he used before had been blocked. Both Shifeng and Violet Cloud were completely unharmed. In the next moment, the invisible wall shattered, and a blue sword light suddenly struck at Starstreak. The link between the two processes was simply perfect, giving Starstreak practically no time to react. Pang! In the nick of time, Starstreak managed to move a dagger into the path of the blue sword light. However, as soon as Starstreak stopped this sword light, several more followed in rapid succession, every one of them targeted at the assassin's weak points. What fast swordsmanship! Starstreak hurriedly brandished his 2 daggers to fend off the onslaught. Each time he repulsed an attack, it felt like a hammer pounding his arms, the resulting vibrations inflicting pain. Meanwhile, watching the numerous sword lights interweaving with one another, the audience was dazzled by what they saw. Everyone could only see the afterimages of the hands of both sides. They could not see the swords and daggers clashing against one another at all. The speed of the battle had everyone holding their breath. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks had been exchanged. If Starstreak was careless for even a moment, he would definitely get hit. How are his attacks so fast? After receiving dozens of attacks, Starstreak was confounded. Frost Burst could reduce the speed of all enemies within 20 yards, yet the speed of Shifeng's attacks did not seem to have been affected whatsoever. If not for Starstreak being an agility-based assassin, Shifeng's attacks would have struck him by now. However, what Starstreak did not know was that the opponent he currently faced was a level 49 swordsman equipped with the level 50 magic light set equipment as well as a fragmented legendary item. If not for Shifeng's speed having been reduced, he would have long since defeated Starstreak in their contest of speed. Seeing as Shifeng had already secured the advantage, Starstreak had no other choice but to activate his Berserk skill. Once he activated his Berserk skill, he intended to force back Shifeng and open a distance between them to prevent the swordsman from furthering his assault. Then, he would look for an opportunity to strike. After all, an assassin did not have many advantages against a swordsman in a frontal clash. With this in mind, right when their weapons were about to clash once more, Starstreak activated his berserk skill, Phantom, his strength and speed soaring by a large margin. In the next instant, both his daggers abruptly struck at the killing ray in Shifeng's hand. Pang! Starstreak felt like he had just attacked a steel wall, both his hands aching from the resulting vibrations. In contrast, the arm Shifeng used to swing killing ray only trembled slightly. Impossible! Starstreak was stunned. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Starstreak knew full well the pros and cons of his berserk skill, Phantom. However, even though Phantom provided only a 50% increase to his strength, which was lower than what some other berserk skills provided, when combined with his equipment, even repulsing a berserker of the same level was child's play to him. Yet, now, even such a huge boost to his strength did next to nothing to change the result of his clash with Shifeng. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak suddenly came up with an incredible thought. Shifeng had not been going all out at all during their previous clashes. As for the possibility of Shifeng having activated a berserk skill as well, it was simply impossible. Berserk skills would manifest on a player's body one way or another when activated. Moreover, the strength of a player's aura would also increase. Currently, however, Shifeng showed no such signs. Hence, the only possibility was that Shifeng had been hiding his strength. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak could not help but shudder. Shifeng's basic attributes were actually so high that he could hold his ground even after Starstreak had activated his berserk skill. Although Starstreak had only briefly fallen into shock, this duration was enough for peak experts like Shifeng to land a killing blow. Disappear. Illusory shadow. 6 blue sword lights struck at Starstreak from 6 different angles. Starstreak instinctively defended himself with his daggers. However, the instant his daggers came into contact with the sword lights, his complexion immediately darkened. The sword lights had actually moved through his daggers unhindered. It was as if these sword lights were phantoms that did not possess a physical body. Just as the 6 sword lights were about to land on Starstreak's body, the assassin gnashed his teeth and reluctantly used Vanish. His entire person then disappeared from everyone's sight. The brief invulnerability provided by Vanish also neutralized the 6 sword lights. After disappearing, Starstreak did not retreat. Instead, he chose to launch another assault. This time, he used the ultimate move of the epic dagger he wielded with his other hand, Tooth Blade. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared around Shifeng, a white eagle, a hungry wolf and a black bear. Starstreak and the 3 phantoms then attacked Shifeng from 4 different directions. At the same time, Starstreak himself remained in stealth, so Shifeng could not see what exactly he was doing. Vanish was a life-saving skill that forcibly placed one into a stealth state for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, so long as one did not do anything, they would remain in a forced stealth state. In other words, not only could Vanish be used to escape, but it could also be used to attack. A majority of the information a human received from their surroundings came from one's vision. Hence, it was extremely difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see, not to mention doing so while receiving other attacks. One's vision would automatically shift their brain's focus towards the things that they could see, and this only made it even more difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see. Dang! 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 A series of metal clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. What decisiveness! Starstreak's mouth twitched as he looked at the completely unscathed swordsman before him. The instant he launched his attack, Shifeng had activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, preventing Starstreak from doing any damage whatsoever. However, this was also a good outcome as Shifeng no longer possessed any life-saving skills. Furthermore, Starstreak's Tooth Blade skill had a duration of 10 seconds. He could definitely finish off Shifeng during this period. On the other side, Alice had also begun chanting an incantation. With a light wave of her staff, over a dozen ice arrows and fireballs appeared around Alice. She then sent the attacks flying at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. At this moment, Violet Cloud was also done chanting her own incantation as she slammed the butt of Death's Sigh on the ground. Immediately, over 100 pitch-black blades appeared around Violet Cloud, densely circulating around her body. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the arena. How can this be? Endless Scarza's eyes widened, her mind utterly confused as she looked at the scythe in Violet Cloud's hands. Could that possibly be the real deal? According to the ancient book she read, these 100+ dark blades should be the manifestation of Shadow Rage, the strongest skill of Death's Sigh. The only thing different was that the information recorded regarding Shadow Rage stated that it would summon thousands of shadow blades when activated, each one possessing the power to heavily injure even Tier 5 monsters. When these blades were concentrated, they could slay even gods. Just as Endless Scars was entertaining such thoughts, Violet Cloud controlled the shadow blades to counter the approaching ice spears and fireballs. She also sent some to attack Starstreak. Upon seeing this, Starstreak immediately panicked. He hurriedly controlled his 3 phantom beasts to defend him from the oncoming shadow blades. Dang! 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 The power packed within the shadow blades was massive. Even when Alice combined the power of the ice spears and fireballs, the spells had only managed to slow down the speed of the shadow blades and weaken their power slightly. The blades still proceeded to fly towards Alice after shattering the elementalist's spells. Meanwhile, on Starstreak's side, despite him having activated his berserk skill already, he just barely managed to defend against the shadow blades with the help of his 3 phantom beasts. However, every shadow blade he blocked numbed his arms. His HP also decreased by over 200 each time. On the other hand, Alice was brimming with excitement rather than feeling anxious. Waving the fire god's eye, she suddenly formed a massive, crimson magic array before her. Just as the shadow blades were about to land on Alice's body, the ground in front of her suddenly shattered. A flaming hand then emerged from the fissure and blocked all the oncoming shadow blades. Following which, the fissure on the ground grew steadily larger. Shortly after, another hand emerged from it, the 2 hands appearing as if they were trying to rend the ground and clamber up. How can this be? She can summon the Flame King all by herself? Phoenix Rain was deeply shocked as she looked at the flame giant, which was slowly climbing into the stage right now. The reason why she wanted to obtain the Fire God's Eye was not just its ability to improve the completion rate of spells. More importantly, it could summon the Flame Monarch from Hell. However, summoning the Flame Monarch required a large amount of mana, roughly 10 magical class players' mana. If she had the Flame Monarch's strength, claiming 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island would not be impossible. Meanwhile, the fact that Alice had managed to summon the Flame Monarch by relying on only her own power was simply inconceivable for Phoenix Rain. The appearance of the Flame King made the audience members gasp. Flame Monarch, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 60,000,000/60,000,000. Now that the Evil Dragon battle team had summoned a level 65 Grand Lord to assist them, there was no longer a need to continue this match. Not to mention 2 experts, even 20 experts would be cannon fodder when going up against a level 65 Grand Lord. As a matter of fact, regardless of how Violet Cloud tried to attack Alice using her shadow blades, the Flame Monarch blocked all her attacks without any difficulty. The Grand Lord was like an indestructible wall. That move of yours really is amazing. I never thought that I would have to use this trump card of mine. However, this match is as good as over now. Although the Flame King I summoned isn't in its completed form, it still possesses the strength of a Grand Lord. You two have no chance of winning. You might as well give up now. At this moment, Alice's complexion was slightly pale. As for her mana, not a single point remained at the moment. However, the pride in her eyes was unwavering. Flame Monarch, show them your strength. At Alice's order, the Flame Monarch roared, its voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately after, the air on the stage began steaming as columns of fire shot up from the ground. The columns of fire then transformed into massive fireballs, their numbers reaching 36. Every fireball was the size of a house. One could just imagine what kind of scene would occur when these massive fireballs landed on the ground. The audience members felt their scalps tingling when they saw these fireballs. How was this a fight between players? It was more appropriate to call this a battle between NPCs, compared to the usual PvP matches. This match was on an entirely different level. Alright, time to end this. Alice then pointed at Sherfong and Violet Cloud. Suddenly, the 36 massive fireballs descended on the duo. Chapter 1159, Matching Up Against a Grand Lord. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1159, Matching Up Against a Grand Lord. Alice, have you lost your mind? I'm still here. Starstreak was furious as he glanced at the descending fireballs. Violet Cloud's shadow blades still had him pinned down. He did not have any concentration to spare for an escape. If these fireballs struck, he would get caught in the impact. With no other options, Starstreak decided to use his final life-saving skill, his Epic Boots additional skill, Flash Steps. The skill allowed him to teleport to any location 15 yards away. It had a 1-minute cooldown and 3 charges. Starstreak used Flash Steps twice and instantly moved 30 yards away. Meanwhile, although Violet Cloud desperately blocked the incoming fireballs with her shadow blades, the fireballs were unaffected. She also had no hope of dodging these attacks. Similar to her shadow blades, Alice controlled these fireballs. Not only did they contain massive power, but they also had a wide attack range. With so many of the fireballs, if Alice wanted to, she could even destroy the entire stage. Phoenix Rain, who watched the fight from a VIP room, could not help but shake her head. The Azura Battle Team had lost this competition. Although each competition in the Dark Arena had 5 matches, the Azura Battle Team had only brought 5 members. Once they lost this match, regardless of whether the Battle Team won the next or not, the Evil Dragon Battle Team would win the competition. After all, the final 2 matches were 3-on-3. The Azura Battle Team did not have enough members to participate. Hence, so long as the Evil Dragon Battle Team won one of the first 3 matches, the competition would be over. Sure enough, defeating the Evil Dragon Battle Team is impossible for the Azura Battle Team. Phoenix Rain was, more or less, disappointed. Although she hadn't bet any excess resources on this competition, with how lively the Dark Arena was today, they would still earn a significant amount if the Azura Battle Team won. However, she had only considered the idea. In another VIP room, Purple Jade gritted her teeth as she watched the massive fireballs above the stage, frustration flashing in her eyes. However, that feeling wasn't due to the match's ending. Rather, she was frustrated with herself. The Witch of the West had made her feel like a child, new to the world. Before this match, she had believed that she was only a thread away from the virtual gaming world's pinnacle. Looking back at it now, however, the idea was laughable. She was far weaker than Alice regarding both combat techniques and items. It was no wonder why her guild leader constantly told her to work on her foundations and explore the world with Yuan Tianxin more often. Jade, do you see it now? This is a battle at the pinnacle of God's domain. If you wish to challenge these people, you need to grasp your own domain, Yuan Tianxin advised Purple Jade. But don't feel down. You are still young. Unlike this old man, who no longer has any hope of reaching that realm, you will join their ranks one day. In the past, he had also dreamed of leading the secret pavilion towards the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, only after encountering people of that realm did he realize that the virtual gaming world was not as simple as he had assumed. Virtual reality games had been popular all over the world for over a century now. With the world's population being so high, countless gaming experts from the younger generation emerged each year. Furthermore, God's domain gained more influence with each passing day. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shi Feng abruptly jumped towards the massive fireballs, meeting them in the air. Guild leader Violet Cloud, who was desperately trying to counter the attacks, was confused. Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura immediately transforming. Golden divine runes flickered across his body as if he had donned golden armor. Alice sneered when she saw Shi Feng activate a berserk skill. The massive fireballs were the result of the Flame Monarch's Tier 3 curse, Wrath of the Stars. Each fireball was powerful enough to rival a Grand Lord. Tier 1 players had no hope of defending against such attacks. The difference in power was simply too great. Even if Shi Feng had a skill that provided invulnerability, she could simply control the 36 fireballs to attack him one after another. Invulnerability skills generally had short durations. If she hit him once every second, she could continue her attack for 36 seconds. As Shi Feng was about to collide with a fireball, he activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, power flowed into him from Killing Ray, allowing his attributes to soar once more. Looking at the fireballs before him, Shi Feng tightened his grip on the sacred sword in his right hand and swung it forward. Thundering Flash. Combat Technique, for Moon Lotus. Like a sharp blade, arcs of blue lightning sliced through the massive fireballs, one after another. All the crowd had seen were 4 streaks of light leaving Shi Feng's hand. In the blink of an eye, 23 of the 36 unstoppable fireballs split in half and exploded like fireworks. Silence fell over the arena. No one had expected this shocking reversal. Even Alice was stunned. A Tier 1 player had sliced the fireballs, which contained the strength to rival level 65 Grand Lords, in half. No matter how she looked at it, this was impossible, yet Shi Feng had done just that. Just how powerful is he? Phoenix Rain's gaze was fixed on Shi Feng, who remained in midair. She could not bring herself to believe that the man she was looking at was the same person she knew. Just who is he? Thousand Miles unconsciously tightened his grip on his swords as he watched the detonating fireballs. He knew full well how powerful the fire god's Eyes Flame Monarch was. After all, he had handed the staff to Alice personally. Yet, a Tier 1 player had sliced one of the Flame Monarch's team wipe moves in half. This was simply inconceivable. If this competition had been held before Shi Feng's visit to the Fallen Ark, he wouldn't have been able to repel the Flame Monarch's attacks. However, he had obtained epic pauldrons from killing the mythic fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They were called the Tough Pauldrons. Aside from epic-ranked basic attributes, these pauldrons only had one skill. Moreover, it was a passive skill. The passive skill was called Power of Destruction. When the player faced attacks with higher strength than their own, the wearer's strength would increase by 35%. Against weaker enemies, this skill had no effect whatsoever. However, against stronger enemies, this passive skill was godly. Hence, Shi Feng's strength had increased by 35% as he fought the massive fireballs. In addition, he had triggered Angry Tyrant's second passive skill, Angry Blow, which had doubled his strength. It was only thanks to those passive skills and Thundering Flash's effects that his plan had succeeded. However, after a brief silence in the arena, Shi Feng activated Wind Rider and charged towards Alice, who was over 30 yards away. While he had neutralized the fireballs, he was still helpless against the Flame Monarch itself. Once Blade Liberation's 20-second duration ended, he would be powerless to turn things around. "You want to kill me?" Despite seeing Shi Feng flying towards her, Alice was neither surprised nor afraid. On the contrary, she was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had faced such a challenge. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Saying so, Alice merged her body with the Flame Monarch's. Without hesitation, Shi Feng executed chop against the flame monarch. However, before killing Ray slid even 1 meter into the flame monarch, its advance halted. The sacred sword couldn't reach Alice in the flame monarch's core. I've already told you that you have no chance of victory. I know that you can't maintain this power for long. Unfortunately for you, my flame monarch can last for 5 hours. Alice said, shaking her head. She then controlled the flame monarch to attack Shi Feng. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm not your only opponent, Shi Feng calmly stated. Suddenly, realization dawned on Alice as she looked across the stage. Immediately, she noticed violet clouds swing down Death's Sigh in her direction. Compared to when Alluring Summer had used Dimensional Fracture, Violet Cloud used it at full HP. The instant Violet Cloud swung the scythe, the spectators faintly saw a giant phantom appear behind her. The sight was enough to make them shudder. Starstreak, who had planned to help Alice, was stunned. He felt as if his body were full of lead. Death's phantom. It's the real thing. Endless Scars was astonished when she saw this, waves of emotion crashing in her heart. Space above the stage suddenly split apart. With its hulking body, the flame monarch couldn't dodge the attack in time. In the blink of an eye, both the flame monarch and Alice split in half. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. The scene of the flame monarch's body splitting in half burned itself into everyone's minds. The audience shuddered. It died? How can such a powerful skill exist? He was telling the truth. Dimensional Fracture's power far surpassed the spectators' imaginations. They finally realized that Shi Feng hadn't been bluffing. Compared to Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture, Alluring Summers was child's play. In God's domain, there were many sure-kill skills capable of instant-killing players of the same tier. However, they couldn't accept a skill that could split a Grand Lord in half. Countless players would despair against a Grand Lord's high defense. That Shi Feng's weapon had pierced the Flame Monarch so deeply had already been impressive. They won. Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Alice's bisected body gradually transform into particles of light and disappear. That was the Witch of the West they were talking about. Moreover, Alice had controlled a level 65 Grand Lord. No matter how she looked at it, Alice should have had an overwhelming advantage. None of the audience had believed that the Azura battle team could win this round. At most, they had expected Shi Feng and Violet Cloud to struggle as long as they could for survival. Just how many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Yuan Tiexin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw the attack split the Flame Monarch in half. As one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons, he knew much about God's domain. In reality, Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture had only dealt slightly over -100,000 damage. To the Grand Lord, this could barely put a dent in its 60 million HP. However, splitting the Flame Monarch in half had injured it severely. There were very few means current players could employ to injure a Grand Lord. Normally, one had to rely on powerful Tier 3 magic scrolls to do so, yet the cleric had done so with her weapon's additional skill. As far as Yuan Tiexin knew, none of the various large guilds possessed such a weapon or equipment. In God's domain, it was also common knowledge that the more powerful a weapon or piece of equipment was, the more difficult it would be to obtain. Still, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had obtained such a powerful weapon. No matter how Yuan Tiexin looked at this matter, he found it simply inconceivable. The Death's Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands had also astonished the Midnight Tea Party's Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. According to the ancient book they had found, Death's Sigh, one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, had long since been destroyed. Not even a blacksmith god could repair it. However, no matter how they looked at it, the cleric's Death's Sigh looked more like the real article than a replica. When she had used dimensional fracture, she had even summoned forth Death's phantom. The pressure Death's phantom emitted was no laughing matter. Without a doubt, that was definitely divine might. Otherwise, there was no way an expert of Starstreak's caliber would suddenly freeze up under such pressure. No replica could reproduce divine might. When Endless Scars and Breeze Wine thought about how Violet Cloud wielded the real Death's Sigh, they were overcome with shock. A fragmented legendary item. Although this term was no longer foreign to experts like them, they hadn't heard of any guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item until now. Fragmented legendary items were godly items that experts constantly strove to find. Meanwhile, such a weapon had appeared before their very eyes. Why wouldn't this fact shock them? However, Endless Scars and Breeze Wine did not know that the Death's Sigh Violet Cloud wielded was not, in fact, a fragmented legendary item. It was simply a replica only. This replica was slightly special. Death's Sigh, Replica, Two-Handed Staff, Epic Rank. Level 45, Level 120, Level 45. Equipment requirement, Strength 400, Intelligence 700. Attack power plus 1650. Strength plus 120, Agility plus 80, Endurance plus 105, Intelligence plus 142, Vitality plus 161. When staff is wielded. Casting speed increased by 15%. Cast range plus 10. Magic damage increased by 20%. All healing effects increased by 25%. Spell critical rate increased by 10%. Mana consumption decreased by 10%. All magical skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Durability 220/220. Additional passive skill dash. Death's Harvest. Whenever a creature dies within 40 yards, wielder will regenerate 1% of their mana. Simultaneously, wielder will receive a death buff, reducing the death penalty by 1% when wielder dies. Buff can stack up to 30 times. Additional active skill 1 dash. Dimensional Fracture, deals absolute damage 2 tiers above wielder's tier, up to a maximum of tier 4, to an area of 20 by 60 yards. Attack ignores all defensive and invulnerability buffs. At the same time, the attack will inflict a stun debuff to everyone within 40 yards of the wielder for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. Additional active skill 2 dash. Shadow Rage, use mana to form shadow blades. Every shadow blade costs 100 mana. Each shadow blade's strength is equal to 150% of wielder's intelligence and inflicts an additional 20% shadow damage. Wielder can produce a maximum of 300 shadow blades. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. The blacksmith god Soros crafted this replica using the fragments of the legendary staff Death's Sigh. Replica can be upgraded by absorbing 5 god crystals. Current crystals absorbed, 0/5. Although it was a replica, it contained fragments of the real article, making it far stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. When Shifeng had appraised this weapon, he had been shocked. As long as they gathered a sufficient number of god crystals, Death's Sigh could evolve into fragmented legendary weapon. Zero Wing really does possess a lot of secrets. As Endless Scars stared at the weapon in Violet Cloud's hands, she could not help but cover the appearing on her face, joy and passion burning in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to her usual calm and indifference. It seems that I need to have a chat with Abandoned Wave. Meanwhile, after Alice's death, the summoned flame monarch began to disappear from the stage. Fear filled the audience's eyes as they stared at Shifeng and Violet Cloud in awe. Currently, Starstreak was the only member of the Evil Dragon battle team remaining on the stage. Unfortunately, he had no hope of defeating both Shifeng and Violet Cloud. The match was as good as over. A recently established guild had contended with Miracle, which had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years. No one would believe this. Although the competition's outcome had yet to be decided, the various Dark Arena battle teams would record the Azura battle team's fame, listing it as a team to take note of. After all, this competition wasn't like the Azura battle team's matches against the Glorious Lions. In the previous competition, Battle Wolves had treated the Dark Arena's competitions like a hobby. Hence, the Super Guild hadn't sent its full force into the competition. Meanwhile, it was obvious that Miracle took the competition seriously. Otherwise, the Super First-Rate Guild would not have dispatched the Witch of the West and Speed Star. Most importantly, it had instructed the Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon, to lead the team. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Starstreak stood no chance against Shifeng, who had activated twofold Berserk. After a few bouts, Starstreak had exhausted his means of protecting himself. Eventually, Shifeng killed him with instant strike, surprising the crowd once again. Starstreak's defeat ushered in the start of the third round. This upcoming fight would decide the outcome. Naturally, for such an important battle, Miracle Dragon, the battle team's leader, took to the stage himself. Miracle's reputation was riding on this battle. They could not afford to lose this next match. With each step Miracle Dragon took, his aura grew slightly stronger. By the time the man reached the stage's center, the audience felt as if they were staring at death itself. It'll be too boring to fight only one person. The rest of you just face together. I'll end this battle in 10 moves. Miracle Dragon proudly proclaimed as he thrust his great sword into the ground and looked towards Shifeng and the others. The instant Miracle Dragon said so, the audience immediately broke into an uproar. Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Hellscythe_Fluffygoblin Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Upon Miracle Dragon's sudden declaration, the arena boiled with excitement. Does he want a one-on-two fight? As expected of the Sword Freak. He's too domineering. Has Miracle lost their minds? They could have won this competition, yet they want to take such a risk. Miracle is probably trying to earn back their reputation. That sounds about right. The Evil Dragon battle team has already lost 2 rounds. Even if they win this competition, it won't be anything to boast about. The audience discussed the declaration fervently, each person having their own opinions. Some felt that Miracle Dragon was being a fool, while others thought that the Sword Freak wanted to show off the guild's strength. However, they could all agree on one thing: Miracle Dragon's gamble was somewhat risky. The Azura battle team still had 2 players remaining. One was a Berserker, and the other was an assassin. This class composition was somewhat disadvantageous for a swordsman like Miracle Dragon. Berserkers had higher strength than swordsmen, while assassins were faster and more nimble. Although Miracle Dragon possessed superior combat techniques, if he had to clash head-on with a Berserker while guarding against an assassin's interference, he would easily lose any advantage. Moreover, both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were relatively famous experts in God's domain. While the guild could redeem much of its lost reputation if Miracle Dragon won, its reputation would plummet further if the swordsman lost. Big Sis Rain, the Azura battle team actually has a chance of winning. Although Miracle Dragon is very famous, when it comes to strength, he is no match for the Witch of the West. If Fire Dance and Gentle Snow work together, they'll have at least a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Blue Phoenix said excitedly. Miracle Dragon was also known as the Sword Freak. Almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew of him. He had gained his fame due to the secret pavilion's evaluation. He had been deemed as the expert closest to grasping a domain. Due to this reputation, peak experts from various super guilds had challenged him, using the opportunity to improve themselves. After all, only domain realm experts were considered super guilds and super first-rate guilds' true mainstays. Many had also challenged Miracle Dragon to gain an understanding of just how far they were from their own domains. Hence, Miracle Dragon's fame had grown with each passing day. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, neither Fire Dance nor Gentle Snow was a match for Miracle Dragon. However, if these women worked together to supplement their weaknesses, they should be able to defeat him. Emerging victorious, Phoenix Rain quietly observed Miracle Dragon. I don't remember him being a rash person. It was common knowledge that Miracle Dragon was wildly arrogant. However, this arrogance was due to his strength. While Miracle Dragon might act crazily, he almost never did anything without being confident of success. A one-on-two fight was already disadvantageous, but Miracle Dragon had also claimed that he would win in 10 moves. He had forced himself onto a path with no retreat. This was no longer arrogance. He was simply seeking death. As Phoenix Rain considered warning Shifeng, Miracle Dragon glanced at the other swordsman, who had remained silent all this time. What? Are you afraid? I've already offered you an edge in this match, a higher chance of winning the competition. If you don't want to accept the challenge, then just send your fighter up here. But don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Miracle Dragon finished speaking, the audience began to echo his words. Azura Battle Team, are you a bunch of cowards? You're even afraid to accept this challenge. You guys are even too scared to accept a 2-on-1 match. It seems that the rumors are true. You guys only have a few capable experts, the rest of you are just for show. The spectators were either large guild upper echelons or famous experts. The outcome of the competition between Azura and Evil Dragon was none of their concern. They only wanted to collect as much information as possible. They could learn far more if the Azura battle team sent 2 experts to face the Sword Freak, rather than 1. Just what is his goal? Meanwhile, inside a VIP room, Miracle Dragon's behavior had confused Purple Jade. Among the many swordsmen in God's domain, she was most eager to challenge Miracle Dragon. There were 3 reasons for this. First, unlike other swordsmen who used 2 one-handed swords, both of she and Miracle Dragon used greatswords. Second, Miracle Dragon was known as the closest swordsman to achieving a domain. If she fought Miracle Dragon, she could get a clearer view of her future goal. As for the third and most important reason, she wanted to learn Miracle Dragon's trademark skill, weakness observation. This ability was precisely the reason Miracle Dragon had few rivals among experts of the same realm. It was also the reason he had earned the title Sword Freak. By observing his opponents, he could grasp their weaknesses and launch a series of seemingly crazy attacks. However, while he might have appeared to have gone mad, in reality, he was extremely calm. His attacks were perfectly choreographed. In the end, his insane attack method would throw his opponents off, and he usually beat them senseless. How could an expert, who had mastered such a powerful move, take such a huge risk and provoke the Azura battle team? Jade, your observation is correct. Yuan Tiexin nodded, smiling. As you suspected, Miracle Dragon does not take risks lightly. He only acts when he is absolutely confident of succeeding. But, defeating both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow in 10 moves is too difficult, even for him. Purple Jade simply could not figure out how Miracle Dragon could win in 10 moves. No, he can, Yuan Tiexin said as he caressed his beard. Chuckling, he continued, some time ago, he had secretly class-changed into the hidden class Magic Swordsman. Moreover, he received a Tier 3 Sure Kill skill book, which the guild had only obtained after much difficulty. With the epic equipment the Miracle Guild has lent him, his combat power has risen significantly. Magic Swordsman. Purple Jade's eyes sparkled when she heard these words, a hint of envy blooming in her heart. Magic Swordsman was a hidden class that focused on attacks. Although the class could not compare to a peak class like the Necromancer, it was one of the few advanced classes. Do you think Miracle Dragon would be so foolish and challenge the Azura battle team for no good reason? Yuan Tiexin could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. I wonder how Yi Feng intends to respond. If it were up to me, I'd refuse this challenge. At most, I'd give up this round and leave both players to fight in a 2-on-3 match. This way, we'd have a higher chance of winning the competition. Although Miracle took this competition seriously, there were only 4 noteworthy experts on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the remaining 6 were extraordinarily strong, there was an obvious gap between them and the former 4. If the Azura battle team wanted to win this competition, a 2-on-3 match would be more advantageous. As soon as Yuan Tiexin said so, Shi Feng stood up, a serious expression on his face as he looked at Miracle Dragon. Alright, we don't have any issues. I hope you don't regret your decision. Regret? Rest assured, I will not regret it. Miracle Dragon did not take Shi Feng's warning seriously in the least. However, he liked Shi Feng's personality. Unfortunately, the man's worries were superfluous. Rather, Shi Feng should focus on helping Fire Dance and Gentle Snow survive against him for 10 moves. When the audience heard Shi Feng agree to Miracle Dragon's request, they erupted into cheers. Ha! What a fool! Yuan Tiexin could not help but roll his eyes at Shi Feng. Despite knowing that it was a trap, Shi Feng decided to jump right in. Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. When the participants for the 3rd round had been decided, the arena's audience began to grow restless. Part of the reason was that Shi Feng had accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, while another was the anticipation for the competition's outcome. If the Azura battle team won this match, they would secure a complete victory. Seated in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, Thousand Miles watched Shi Feng, who stood beneath the stage, with burning rage. Phoenix Rain has truly done it this time. She even kept our intelligence department in the dark. Due to the Evil Dragon battle team having lost 2 matches in a row, they had no choice but to expose the strength Miracle Dragon had kept hidden to restore some of the guild's reputation. Not only did this disrupt his plans, but it also lost him a lot of resources. This mess's culprit was none other than the guild Phoenix Rain secretly supported, Zero Wing. Zero Wing was simply a recently established guild in a small kingdom. If not for Phoenix Rain's support, how could Zero Wing possibly obtain such a powerful weapon that could instantly kill 2 of Miracle's generals? Maple, investigate Zero Wing thoroughly. Find someone to tail every member of the Azura battle team as well, Thousand Miles instructed Cleansed Maple. Understood. Cleansed Maple promptly bowed before taking his leave. At this point, Miracle was completely helpless against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, both were super first-rate guilds, and neither feared the other. If their guilds started an all-out war against each other, only other guilds would benefit. However, Zero Wing was different. It was only a subordinate guild Phoenix Rain controlled. It would be simple to cause trouble for the upstart guild, especially now that the Azura battle team had revealed that it possessed so many dazzling weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain, I'll let you enjoy this situation for now. Thousand Miles could not help but shift his gaze towards Death's Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands, greed flashing in his eyes. The Evil Dragon battle team had only dared to expose their epic items because they didn't fear becoming targets. However, the Azura battle team didn't have that luxury. Revealing such items was akin to placing a fresh piece of meat before a pack of hungry wolves. Not only would the Azura battle team lose this competition, but they would also lose their weapons and equipment. As the 3rd match's rules changed abruptly, the Dark Arena's host adjusted the team's payout rate. The Azura battle team's payout rate for a complete victory, in particular, had risen to 1-9, breaking the Dark Arena's record. The host is quite bold. What's there to be afraid of? This is the final match. In any case, we know that the Azura battle team has no chance of winning. Moreover, the host has earned a fortune this time. Before the competition had even begun, many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. This time, the host must be trying to lure even more idiots away from their money. It's a pity that not many people here are fools. Rather than bet on the Azura battle team, it would be safer to bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the returns are low, it's better than nothing. Everyone among the audience was sorely tempted as they looked at the new payout rates. However, practically no one would bet on the Azura battle team's complete victory. Instead, they all bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Some of the players that had previously been reluctant to gamble had even placed bets on the Evil Dragon. Miracle had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years now. The sword freak Miracle Dragon was even famed for never acting without confidence. If he lost this next match, the Azura battle team would secure a complete victory, yet, despite such a huge burden, Miracle Dragon still dared to do so. This could only mean that he was confident of succeeding. Meanwhile, inside another VIP room on the 3rd floor, although 4 people occupied the room, an extraordinarily chill atmosphere dominated the space. 9 Dragons, why are you here? Phoenix Rain glanced at 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon with disinterest. When she had previously rejected 1,000 Miles' proposal, 9 Dragons Emperor had already spoken ill of her in front of Ku Rong, the great pavilion master. He had even advised the guild elders to reduce her authority within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Azura battle team's performance thus far had been astonishing. As a result, those who had schemed against her within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no choice but to remain silent for now. Rain, must you be so cold? At the end of the day, we are from the same guild. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Very quickly, however, a kind smile formed on his face as he said, "Moreover, I am here to thank you. If not for your determination to support the Azura battle team, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Miracle and gain the support of many of their guild elders. If you're trying to flaunt your relationship with Miracle, then let me congratulate you. Only, do you think the great pavilion master will be pleased to see you work so closely with the guild's longtime rival?" Phoenix Rain giggled. 9 Dragons Emperor was momentarily speechless. After joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had frequently butted heads with Miracle. Recently, their guilds had caused a huge scene due to the situation on Thunder Island. In the end, they had exposed Thunder Island, and many other superpowers had begun to intervene. Due to this, Ku Rong's hatred for Miracle had grown more intense. So what? 9 Dragons Emperor said after recollecting his thoughts. Proudly, he proclaimed, "As long as I gain sufficient authority on Thunder Island, it won't matter if the great pavilion master disapproves of my methods." After all, he wants a beautiful future for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion more than anything. You, on the other hand, are in a far more pitiful state. Now that you've invested so much money and resources into a useless, upstart guild, you don't even have the resources to hire help. How do you intend to compete on Thunder Island now? However, I can point you to a brighter path. Bet everything you have on the Evil Dragon battle team. This way, you can, more or less, earn what you need. At the very least, you'll be able to hire 1 player. Otherwise, you will only bring shame to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Standing by the side, although Blue Phoenix wanted to say something, she was not in a good position to do so. Sarcasm tainted 9 Dragons Emperor's words. While he seemed to be offering advice, secretly, he was sealing off their path of retreat. They had already rejected 1,000 Miles' proposal. How could they bet on the Evil Dragon battle team now? If news of this matter spread, Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would certainly be awkward. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Smiling, Phoenix Rain turned to Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue, take this epic mage robe and these items and bet them on the Azura battle team." Big Sis Rain, Blue Phoenix was stunned when she saw the items Phoenix Rain traded to her. Wasn't this wager a little too drastic? Phoenix Rain had passed her the items they had prepared for the campaign on Thunder Island. If they lost these items now, they would suffer for it on Thunder Island. Amazing. In the guild, others often call me ruthless. However, it would seem that I am no match for you, Rain. Although I've bet plenty of resources and items on the evil dragon battle team, they are of little importance. You, on the other hand, actually bet the epic mage robes the guild obtained on the Azura battle team. I really must hand it to you. Nine Dragons Emperor praised the calm, composed Phoenix Rain. Inwardly, though, his heart fluttered in joy when he saw the items Phoenix Rain intended to gamble. The host was no fool if they were willing to offer a 1-to-9 payout rate. If one bet a piece of epic equipment, they could get 9 pieces if the Azura battle team won. Although the host wouldn't actually hand out 9 pieces of epic equipment, they would still offer items of equal value. However, could such an ideal situation happen? While Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor had been talking, the timer above the stage had begun to count down. The arena fell silent as everyone focused on the 3 people on the stage. The spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Azura battle team's formation. What are they trying to do? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fire Dance walk to a corner of the stage while Gentle Snow stood within 20 yards of Miracle Dragon. These women's intentions couldn't be more obvious. The Azura battle team was trying to pick a one-on-one fight with Miracle Dragon. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.